2217 was not first. Try again next time. King Ghosty, I was here first. Boo.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Stop.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. How we doing? Happy Wednesday, guys. We are halfway through the week. And if you're lucky, tomorrow's your Friday. If you're lucky, you have a 3-day weekend. How's it going, guys? How's it going? How we doing? How we doing? I hope we're doing well. Hope we're doing well. I'm gonna add, because I think if you're on Twitch Vertical, you currently have words on stream on your screen. So I think what we might do is actually add a little words on screen here too for those who are not on Twitch Vertical. I just got to figure out where we want to put it. I gotta figure out where we want to put it on the screen here. So let me see if we add a little browser source for you guys. Words on stream. Where do you guys? Where should we put this? Do we care? Do we care about my little video? Probably not. Probably not, huh? We'd rather just words on stream be there. Do we prefer that? Is that big enough? What do we think? What do we think? Shanna's alright. Shanna's doing alright. How are you? How are you, Ash? It's good to see you. Guys, go check out my friend Ash if you haven't. I saw Sarah was in here early with the first. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Ghosty, hello. Scully, congrats on the 69th. Congrats on the 69th. You now have 13 Kiki coins. That collection though. I'm doing alright. I love your face, Scully.
Just resubscribed for 11 months at tier 1.
Purple, thank you for the 11 months. How are you, Purple? How are you, Purple? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I heckin' appreciate you. It's good to see you. Check out my friend Purple as well, guys. Check out Purple if you have not. Ghosty, congrats on the first. You've been first 117 heckin' times, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely heckin' insane, by the way. Hello, Zach. Welcome in. How are you today? How are you today? Anime, enjoy your pull tea. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Zach, enjoy that Raijukato toast. Raijukato toast, that's a new one. Is that the first time you've had that? Sounds good though, right? Sounds good though. At least I think so. I think so.
Looks like there are others out there
Scully,
in need
enjoy
of
your
help.
side. Zach is streaking with a 95 stream streak. My goodness. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Zach in the chat. Nikki Zach. I be zooming through here at 95. Best watch out for me. We watching. We watching.
Back. Looks like there are others
Ghosty,
out
enjoy the
there in need of
Americano
help.
incense. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. My goodness. Not too bad, just extremely hot. Oh my god, it's been so hot. It's been so heckin' hot. Ash, we need to play some DVD together sometime, by the way. I'm loving all your DVD clips. Loving all those DVD clips. Loving all of them. Hi, KP. How we doing today?
Moonshine Flicks
How we
gifted
doing
a tier
today?
1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shanna's Sunny Meadows.
Moon. Thank you for that gifted. I heckin' appreciate you. How we doing today, Moon? It's good to see you. How have you been? What you been up to, friendo? What you been up to, friendo? No G? Oh, yeah, there wasn't on the last one. Jumbled, it's good to see you. How have you been? Enjoy your yokai latte. Have you on Lurk? Yeah, Cowboy has me on Lurk because he's currently hold on. I've got him up on my phone. Yeah, because you are streaming. I have you on my phone.
Welcome back.
You, Cooper. Get back to your own stream. Tee hee 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 hee. Not me calling out Cowboy. Not me calling out Cowboy. Please. 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 Hillary, enjoy your twin tarts. How are you? Ash, enjoy that pull tea. Sounds interesting, right? It's kind of like avocado toast, but a little different, a little speedier, maybe a little more electrifying, a little zing to it. I love that sub went to Mystic Han too as well. Did you choose that, Moon, or was that random? We totally do. We totally do.
While the event is going would be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun. Claw, hello. Welcome in. Why are they licking vodka? Why are they licking vodka, Moon? Claw, enjoy that voodoo veggie burger. Enjoy, enjoy. If you guys want to go ahead and, by the way, grab some bingo cards, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. We're gonna do bingo today. I don't know why it autocorrects to up. You know, autocorrect is a funny thing. Autocorrect is a funny thing. Got that one at the end. Listen, you did great. You did great. You did great.
Ghosts, we have a hype train.
Why we whistling? Why we whistling? Are we hype training already? You guys being crazy? You guys being crazy already? Excuse me?
The profile of your blade is curvaceous and sexy with a recurve there.
Claw, you're such a goober. You're such a goober. I adore you. I adore you. New heart. You are who you are. You're adorable. You now you licking the cock. Oh my god. Moon. Moon. Moon is naughty. Moon is naughty. That's actually on my bingo card. Start a hype train. Oh shoot. You guys are helping Zach's bingo card out is what it is. I see. I see. I see. Listen, I'm terrible at words on stream. I don't know how to help. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this. I'm glad you got one. I'm glad you got one, Zach.
What are you guys doing?
I don't know.
Behave, you naughty beans.
You know what? That's such a valid alert. That's such a valid alert. I don't think we're gonna get this one, Zach. Maybe the next one. Maybe the next one. Beep, beep, beep. I think maybe we'll get the next one. Maybe we'll get the next one. We're gonna be doing some zero evidence today, guys. I thought about doing public lobbies. Today was a long day at work. I'm gonna be really honest with you. It was a long day. I don't have the energy to deal with possible craziness of public lobbies. Because we all know it could be. It could be crazy. It could be. And I also have some very early meetings in the morning. So we're gonna do some cozy zero evidence. We're gonna do some cozy zero evidence today. We're gonna keep it educational and fun. But it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time, right? Moon, what are you doing streaking through here with that 5-stream streak? You guys better close your eyes. This is Naked Moon in the chat. A Naked
New
Moon.
donation from someone.
Is that an anonymous donation for vodka? Thank you so much. You pushed us to 36 heckin %. 36 heckin %. I don't know who that was, but thank you. You did not have to do that. I appreciate you. Anybody who donates, obviously if it's anonymous, I won't know, but you know, if you do more than $10, you're gonna get a postcard. We're gonna be voting on a postcard design of vodka. And then we'll be doing that same design as merch, and whoever does the top amount, I'll be giving them that merch as a poster. As a poster. So. Oh my god, you fully rebranded. Wait, Superb Pause. That's so cute. Wait, I love it. That is so cute. Another clip going up. Thank you, Ghosty. You're the best. I'm an IT guy and I had PC issues today. I rarely need to call support. Had no choice today. They heckin' rolled a bad patch and it foobarred me. Oh no. Almost lost 4 hours to this. Holy sheesh. Wait, what was the bad patch on like a program that you use, or was it on like Windows in general? Oh, Claw, that's so frustrating. Bright side is new PC. Wait, it was so bad that it messed up your PC completely? That they have to send you a whole new PC? That's insane. Windows patch, actually a BIOS patch. What? That's insane. That's insane, Claw. Wow. Is this one that they like just pushed out or something? I'm guessing this is a sign that I should not mess with my BIOS right now then. Because I did recently update my BIOS. But I'm guessing there's a brand new one that probably just came out that I should maybe not touch. That's crazy. I love it. I love it, Pause. I love it. I appreciate it, Ghosty. I appreciate it. You don't gotta do anymore. You don't gotta do anymore. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You the best. You the best. I hope you know. Decided on it this morning. I love it. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta fix you in the shoutouts. I gotta fix you in the shoutouts. I love it though. I think it's super cute. So cute. Remember when CrowdStrike rolled out a patch that basically killed the internet for a couple hours? Oh god, yeah. I remember that. I remember that. My work PC was pretty old. Chances that it's not the same motherboard as you have. Oh, okay, that's right. No, I don't have a Lenovo. I don't have a Lenovo. Seems I arrived at an interesting time. It's always an interesting time. What do you mean? What do you mean, honest? B, welcome in. How are you, love? Enjoy that morning mocha. How are you today? How are you? How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. What is that emote? That's so cute. That's so cute. Very cute. My goodness. That was a fun day. Ryan, can you fix this? Nope. No, I cannot. Enjoy your day off, everyone. Oh my god. That's crazy. I mean, that's like... There was some issues that were happening with Microsoft, and it was happening... God. We were having issues on our system for like a few days. I don't know what the hell was going on, but like emails were not coming through properly, and people would send us emails like multiple times, and it was like, nope, they weren't coming. They weren't coming. They weren't coming. And I'm like, I don't know what to do about it. I literally would send people messages through Teams, and I'm looking at them, and it's looking like they sent. and I'm talking to the person and they're like, yeah, I've got nothing. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then it's a few days later and all of a sudden they get 20 messages and I'm like, I love that for me and I love that for you. And I'm so sorry I just spammed you in the middle of a phone call. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Coconut curry flavored Chex Mix, would you try? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. New friends help you discover new roads, and this feels like a good road to be on. Thank you, Shannon friends. Of course, I love it. I think the new name is so cute. I think it's so cute. Scam? What's a scam, Moon? I arrived in time to see people saying Microsoft is effing things up as always, of course. Why am I asking, is it not meat? And Shanna will try anything once I hear. I mean, yeah, as long as it's not meat, I'll try it, pretty much. You answered your own question, it was Microsoft. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Jenny, enjoy your flat white zombie. How are you? Welcome in. Twyla, I love you. Guys, that's one of my best friends right there. And if you're not following her, I really implore you. I really heavily implore you to please, please, please change that. She's also one of our leaders on Nightmare Network. And she's just incredible. She's just incredible, and I really need you to follow her. I need you to support her. Show up in her streams when you can. Like, if you can't chat, lurk, just tell her she's amazing and beautiful and hot and funny, and I adore her, and you will too. Had a time with Outlook a few months ago. I had to manually delete the keys for the emails and remake everything in it. Been good since, but ick to go through. Outlook is the worst. I hate Outlook so much, and I hate that like Outlook and Teams and that whole system is what my company likes to use.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
It's honestly tragic. Like SharePoint, have you ever had to build a website on SharePoint? Like, why? Why? I built better websites using basic HTML when I was in junior high school. And you want me to use SharePoint's crap? It's tragic. It's tragic. What do you mean? Ugh. It just pisses me off. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Oh, it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. So weird that inside the edible bits of coconut is called meat, but it's not actual meat. But it's, I mean, it's meat. It's just not like animal meat, you know? You know? You know? I work at a Mac shop now and I miss the Windows shop. It made my job so much easier. Windows loves pin testers. They just open all the doors for us. It's fair. I mean, I don't blame you. If it made your job easier. If it made your job easier. Eclipse, enjoy that red-eyed demon. Freedom, hello. Guys, go follow Freedom if you haven't. Check out that amazing bean right there. What the heck is SharePoint? SharePoint is like Microsoft's version of like a website builder slash place where you can share documents, but it's almost like an internal website builder. You don't share the website externally with people outside of your company, if that makes sense. So like we make a SharePoint site that's internal and it might have links to like education and links to marketing, documents and links to branding guidelines and links to like other things like that. It's just, oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate SharePoint. SharePoint is my favorite app of all time. The amount of times it leads to a finding of my report is awesome. Really? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I think it is. It's so frustrating for me as someone who wants to be creative and like my space that I'm in there with it, I'm so limited on what I can do. And my expectations from my boss, she's like, can you do this and this and this? And I'm like, no, I cannot. Like, it won't let me. Like, it won't let me do that. And then, like, I find a workaround to do it. And the workaround isn't exactly what she's wanting, but it's the closest that I can get it. And it's actually, like, kind of nice. But because of one little thing, it's not good enough. Even though, like, it's probably better than anything we could have done before. I don't, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I hate that damn site. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Oh, SharePoint. It's the worst. It's the worst. I hate SharePoint so much. Basically, any app or OS that I love professionally, probably not an app. You what? That's fair. That's fair, Purple. I'm lost with all this tech stuff. I was never any good with tech. No, that's fair, honest. It's like Confluence, but terrible. I've never used Confluence. I don't know what Confluence is. Microsoft's version of Angelfire, because Angelfire is garbage too. So much stuff uses it and it crashes a lot. Yeah, that's true. To be fair, I like SharePoint from a hacker perspective. Fair. I'd rather build a full stack app from scratch that uses it that's steaming. We use SharePoint at my job. I have to keep 2 copies of all my work, as if you leave or get fired, they immediately revoke access. Yeah. Yeah. SharePoint is mostly for collaboration. We use it as a place to share work we collaborate on. Actually did have to build a site. We don't do that now, but yeah, it is one of the easy ways to automate stuff like calling reports for Power BI and other tools. Yep, it's super easy. Yeah, it's a super easy tool for like Power BI, collaboration, things like that. But like even then, like, ugh, I just hate it. I hate it so much. I feel like, I don't know. There's just other things that are probably better. I hate Microsoft. I hate Microsoft. If I could convince my company to move away from Microsoft, I would, but there's no way they would ever listen to me. So what can I do, right? We talking about work here and here? We're complaining about Microsoft and work and SharePoint and all of that cloud. Hi, Darth. How are you? Welcome in. Happy birthday. It's your birthday, right? Right? You going to the Pancake House? Am I correct? Am I correct? Grumble, grumble, work, grumble. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Darth. I saw that as I'm still at work. Are you still working? When do you finish work? Confluence is the devil? Really? I've never used Confluence. Sarah's sleeping, you guys. Sarah's got to eat these. Sarah's got the EBs. Everybody please go follow Sarah if you've not already. If you've not already. Also, go follow my friend Solvin if you've not already. I think I might have said that earlier, but I'm just going to remind you. I'm just going to remind you anyway. Anyway. I would still choose Confluence over SharePoint any day. At least I can script to interact with... Fair. Not many alternatives to Microsoft, sadly. There are alternatives, though. There are. There's so many, like, different apps and things out there now that people can use. Like, there are alternatives. It is. Happy birthday, Darth. Let's get some happy birthdays. Happy birthdays for Darth. Just here in an audience role because I understand none of the tech stuff. That's okay. You can just be like grumble technology. If you want. Do the "this is fine" emote, you know, set things on fire. You're 30 today, the big 30. Welcome to the Dirty 30. The amount of money our company is giving Microsoft is obscene. Oh, yeah. I literally heard the renewal number, and let's just say obscene. I don't necessarily know what our company spends as a whole on Microsoft specifically, but I see some of the other numbers that we spend on other things just for certain aspects of our company, and it's obscene. It's obscene. She's done in about an hour. Good. Guys, go follow the goddess that is Caffeinated Cloud as well, if you've not already. Huge audit coming up in a month, and of course I have 5 times more work added to my plate. Of course you do. I'm so sorry, Cloud. I love you. Don't overwork yourself. Remember that other people's fires are not your fires, which is what I've had to remind myself multiple times the past few days. And you know, do what you can. I love you, Cloud. That's how I feel about AWS.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
How many numbers? It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of numbers. It's six figure kind of numbers. I can't sleep because I'm too excited about tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? What did I miss about tomorrow? I took a programming coding class when I was in junior high school and I understood nothing. Hey, it's not for everybody. 18-0. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's even more zeros. Started, that's probably like if we were to go to company wide, our Microsoft numbers too. So, because I don't know that. Started packing, staying at Nana's for the weekend, packing my chargers and snacks tomorrow. I hope you have a fun time, Darth. Hope you have a really fun time. You heckin' deserve it. Grim, enjoy your own real spiced tea. Enjoy. Welcome in. What are you doing after work today, Cloud? These snacks are addicting. Get away from me, Claw. Claw's gonna eat the whole bag. Y'all should read The 5-Minute Manager Meets the Monkey. Good way to learn how to hand tasks back to the right people. I've never heard of that. I'm assuming it's a book. Also, hi, Whippy. Welcome in. Guys, go follow Whippy if you have not. Oh, is it your date tomorrow? Sarah, you better keep me posted. I want to hear all about your date. I'm so excited for you. I didn't realize it was tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm so excited for you. Let's go. What time are you meeting? Leaving for Nana's tomorrow. Be safe, Darth. Be very safe. 1 minute, not 5. Hey, that's even better. That's even better. Technology fascinates me a little bit, and I'd like to learn more, but brain does not compute. Technology is crazy, and it's always like moving and changing so fast. Took a coding class in high school, C++. Hey, that's important. It's important. It's good for the brain. The hell you want? I want your face, Whippy. I love you, Whippy. So bad at it, my teacher had me copy the codes from another student and graded me based on my test scores, which are always good. Oh no. At least your test scores were good. At least your test scores were good. Got me some cheese and bacon rolls, strawberry and cream cheese lollies, and some licorice, and some cake, and some Red Bulls. Let's go. Let's go. You love it. Pause. I love that. Whippy's streaking with a 180 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Whippy in the chat. Let's go. It was Saturday too after Scream. Ooh, I think Saturday I knew about. So I'm pretty sure Saturday was the one that I knew about. Unless I'm making that up in my head. Unless I'm making that up in my head. Smudge when I get home because I need to get this work energy off me. Valid. Potato on the couch. So nice. Watch some movies before bed. I hope soon I can find time to DVD with you, love. We have to. We have to, Cloud. Absolutely. This music. I love this playlist. Pause. We'll find you. How you doing, Motorboat Man? 5.5 hour trip. Yes. Gotta eat before you go. Gotta eat before you go. Somebody didn't want to wait till I love that. That's so cute, Sarah. That's so cute. You guys are adorable. Sad and play. Witcher, enjoy that Banshee espresso. You're taking public transport as well. Well, be safe, Darth. Be safe. Test scores were great, but I couldn't get the code to work on the computer to save my life. I had the teacher 2 other classes through high school. He knew I was a good student, didn't want me to lose credits of a stupid class. That's good. Gross date. Whippy, don't be jealous. Anticipation. I know. We are all excited for Sarah. We're all excited. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Motor. Doing well. Pun wasn't intended when I said my brain doesn't compute when it comes to technology, but I will not apologize. Hey, it's a fantastic pun. Have some porridge in the morning. God. Have some porridge. Bring some snacks with you. Be safe. Purple, enjoy your yokai latte. I ain't ever jealous. All right. Whatever you say, Whippy. Whatever you say. How you doing today? How's your day been? How's your day been, Whippy? You want to talk about it? You want to talk about your day, Whippy? You want to tell us about it? Spill the beans. Porridge sounds so much more amazing than oatmeal. Isn't it the same thing? It's my mom's birthday today, so we went to the movies and just had dinner. Oh, what movie did you see? What movie did you see? Hi, Witcher. How are you doing? I'm barely breathing. The new Minions movies, it was meh. Listen, my mom... Where is it? It's on my desk. My mom came in my room the other night. She apparently got Wendy's. And she's like, here, you can have this. Apparently it's from the Minions thing. I'm like, what the hell is this little guy? I don't know what I'm supposed to do with him. What do I do with him? Main little bad guy. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Shut your whip hole. The minions are amazing. He's a monster, Shanna. He's a menace. So he's whippy. That's what I'm hearing. Hanging up his background, of course. He's so little, no one would ever see him in the background. You menace with it. I like Minions. I just didn't like the new movie. The format was not my cup of tea. Interesting. What was different about the format for the new movie? Because I like the Minions too, but I obviously haven't seen the new movie. The Wendy's girl. I mean, she's on the bag. So, I don't know. I have all but that one, Shanna. I have the cool minion. Do you want it, Claw? I'm happy to send this to you. The devil works hard, but I thrust harder. Excuse you, Ghosty. Out on the floor. I'm happy to send this one to you so you can have a full collection, Claw. I said what I said. You sure did, Ghosty. You sure did. I don't want it. I have what I want. Are you sure? You could have the full collection. New cast of Minions and lacked many jokes. They did like 3 good jokes and the rest were
My
bland.
favorite
Oh,
workout,
that's
hip
disappointing.
thrust.
Claw, please. Hip and flow. Claw gets it. Clearly. Clearly. Freaky? You're freaky. Ghosty Buster? Oh my god. The movie Minions have a different vibe than the Despicable ones. Oh yeah. Definitely. I ain't freaky. You're definitely freaky, Whippy. I don't know why. I don't know why you're lying. I don't know. I don't know why you're even trying to lie right now. Everybody knows that you're freaky. Everybody knows. To the corner, Sullivan. Do we need to bring up the liar corner? Does it need to come back? We're bringing back the liar corner. Liar corner. Whippy. The freaky corner. Wow, I misspelled liar. I don't want to talk about it. Call me the numerator because I stay on top. Damn, Ghosty. Does that make Shanna a denominator? I cannot with you. I swear to God. We need to ban Whippy immediately. We need to ban Whippy immediately. The slow head shake. I cannot with Whippy. I cannot with Whippy. Listen. I cannot. I ain't the denominator. I don't know. Shanna being a bottom? Yeah, what's new? What's new? I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. What is happening here? What is happening here? The denomination. You know what? That you guys are. You guys are the denomination now. You're the denomination. Denomination. That's you. That's all of you. All of you. How about that? How about that? How about that? Hmm? How does that make you feel? How does it make you feel? The nation of denomination.
Hearken, all of you, to the tolling of funeral bells. Heed the wailing of the mournful dead.
Hi, Jade. How are you? Welcome in. You know, I don't believe a single word of that, because wholesome and mayo don't really go together. But I do believe that you're doing things with mayo. So, in a roundabout way, maybe you're telling the truth. Mathematics was always my worst subject in school. I cannot be part of a mathematics term. Sure. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. Alright, I'm gonna put myself here.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're gonna be doing some zero evidence today. I'm waiting for a response from somebody to see if we're gonna do this solo or if I'm gonna bring in one person. Only one person. We're gonna keep this cozy today. How cozy, we'll see. Because it could be slightly chaotic. Mathematics was always my worst subject in school, so I already read that. The denomination nation. Exactly. Exactly. Guys, go follow Jade, by the way, if you've not. Go follow Jade. And thank you for the hydration station, choo-choo. No, we don't slice mayo. Call me the Peach the princess, because I'm going to be the reason she... Yeah, Ghosty? Yeah, Ghosty?
I'm a small bitch. Hey, I'm a small bitch. If I'm on your phone right now, I'm a small
Somebody
small
arrest
bitch.
Ghosty
But if
immediately.
that's the one, I'm literally gonna
Somebody arrest Ghosty immediately, please. Ghosty needs arrested
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
immediately. Please and thank you. Whole bread and mayo go together, so that's why why can't that be wholesome? No, that's not, no. First time I got a C in mathematics class, I looked at the teacher and asked him if he mixed my papers up with someone else's. He gave me a weird look. Oh no, poor Honest. Poor Honest. Moon, please. I had to do arithmetic in Where Winds Meet last night. My brain was rusty. Wait, did you actually? Moon, who you calling a small beach? I said what I said. You sure did. You sure did. You sure did. Alright. We will be having someone join us. We're going to start off solo, though. We're going to start off solo, though. So let me...
Ready, but make it sexy. Sorry.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I could not with you, Claw. You know what?
Looks like there are others out there in need
We'll
of
arrest
help.
Ghosty and make it sexy just for you. Just for you. iPod, enjoy your sanity. Welcome in. How are you, iPod? How we doing today? How are the scrimp? How are the scrimp? Is Sarah on a date? But I'm gonna message her on my page tomorrow. Tomorrow Sarah is. Yes. Yes. I always just barely passed mathematics class with a percentage just above 60%. So yes, I was hey, as long as you passed, that's truly all that matters, right? Right? All right, let's get YouTube started, guys. Hello, YouTube. I believe we are live. So welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on, do all the things that I am supposed to tell you to do, because today we're playing Phasmophobia. We're getting some ghosties, and we are going to be doing some cozy zero evidence games where we find the ghost with no evidence and hopefully keep things educational, whether it's us figuring things out together or working through whatever kinks we need to with, you know, the zero bugs Phasmophobia has, of course, because it's a perfect game. And there's no bugs, only features. And everything works obviously as it's intended to when we have ghosts that behave exactly as they're intended to when they act like other ghosts, even though they're not a mimic. Right? But we're going to figure them out on zero evidence as much as we can. So let's get into this and see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Because sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes that's all you can do. We need to reset our deaths and our new ghost counter. Why do I keep track of the new ghosts still several weeks later? Because I like to. It has been 5 Phasmo streams since our last Mimo, though. R.I.P. the Mimo. Oh my god! Unfortunately, I didn't get to do our bingo. I didn't get to look at our top bingos for last month yet, but I will. However, our top hunters for last month were as follows. Jojo with 15, Mihi with 6. I don't know. I'm always whispering Jojo. Don't judge me. Dakota with 5, Muskin with 4, and Lady Flo with 4. So congratulations to all of you. Amanda, hello on YouTube. How are you today? I'm going to reset those so you guys have a chance once again at being top hunter for the month of July. Let's see. Reset. Okay. That should be reset now. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Shanna indeed got a ghosty. I will. Have some curry, and it's a wee bit too spicy for me, but it's good. Oh my god, I hate when that happens. It's flashback where the main character is doing math problems as a child. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would throw me off if I was like trying to cozy enjoy a game and suddenly I had to do math. I would not be super happy about that, but you know, I guess it is what it is, huh? I guess it is what it is when that happens. How you doing, Crazy? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Cloud is actually a ghost. Imagine, Cloud, if you were one of the ghosts in Phasmo, which ghost would you be? Which ghost would you be? Also, okay, so guessing has started. If you need to grab a bingo card and you have not already, grab yourself a bingo card right here. I want to try APOC, but I'm absolutely terrified sitting here looking at my custom, debating it. Which APOC? Are you wanting to try gold? Are you wanting to try silver? You want to try bronze? Which one are you trying for? Got a B in geometry class in my sophomore year in high school because I memorized all the formulas and such in my textbook, but I comprehended nothing. I mean, let's be honest. How much of it are you using today? I think the important thing is understanding the things that are the most useful rather than the things that just you can look up or, you know, use a calculator for, things like that. So, had a Cormos today acting like a thing. Did you actually, Solvin? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that's like our Swan last night that was acting like the twins. Like, you know, exactly as intended, right? Phasma was a perfect game.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
You know? Perfect. Got to investigate a bunch of ghosts and put them to rest, though, so it balanced out. That sounds really fun. That sounds really fun. Absolutely. Using absolutely none of it other than the very basic mathematics. Exactly. So we're going to go in at 100 sanity. We might play with some sanity later. Maybe do some 0 sanity. So maybe some 75 sanity. You know. We'll see. We'll play around with the sanity a little bit. But right now, 100 sanity. Sprinting on. Obviously, sanity drain is maxed out. Player speed 100, flashlights on, items and consumables on. Ghost speed is 100, roaming high, changing favorite room is none just because I don't feel like dealing with it changing rooms on me because I just don't feel like it, you know? Activity level low, event frequency high. You know, I like the event frequency high because I feel like it's more fun that way, but maybe we should turn it down. What do you guys think? I feel like it's more fun when it's high because then it's more likely to like scare us. I don't know. Let's leave it high. I don't care about the rewards, so I don't care about them. How you doing, Nikki? Enjoy that glory hole milkshake. It's good to see you. Probably the yokai, since it seems to get upset when overstimulated like me. You know what? That's so valid. That's so valid. I'd be a shade because I hate crowds. Fair enough. Fair enough. Friendly ghost off. Grace period 0. Hunt duration high. Kill extends hunt low. Evidence given 0. Contract setup time 0 because we don't need a setup time, right? Weather random, doors starting open high, number of hiding places low because like with our new ghost, right? Hiding makes it fun. We can goof around with it. Sanity monitor, I'm gonna leave it on just because it does make it a little more interesting with the ghost guessing. You guys can have an idea of like when our ghost does decide to hunt. Give you a better idea of what ghosts might be an option, right? Activity monitor off. I like to start with the fuse box on. Really, it doesn't matter, but it also doesn't make a huge difference in the reward, right? Fuse box visible off though, and because I don't care about our multiplier, we're getting 2 cursed objects because I like to play with them.
Drew_Inferno just
Hi,
resubscribed for 42 months at Tier 1. If
True,
a person
thank
can
you for
neither
the
speak
42
or write is sent to
months.
jail, then how would they finish their sentence?
I can't with you guys today. I can't with you guys. You know what? You are all being sent to jail today. You're all being sent to jail today. How about that? How about that? How about that? I feel like every single one of you probably needs to go to jail today, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest. Guys, go follow True if you've not already. We love True. We love True. He's amazing. You guys will love him too. Can I decorate my cell? Absolutely. Absolutely you can. How are you, True? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Follow my friend True if you have not. Prefer cold temperatures over hot, so maybe I fit better as a mix of a shade and a Hantu. Ooh, I wonder if there's a ghost out there that is a mix of a shade and a Hantu. We're gonna do random. You know what? Let's live life on the edge here. Is this maybe a bad idea? Maybe. Oh, we're going to Point Hope. Kimmy! Welcome in, guys. Check out my friend Kimmy if you haven't. Who are you barking at?
Alright, we're here.
Stop calling it that.
Hydration
Demon.
station choo choo. Everybody please
No, I
hydrate.
just want to talk to the demons.
got the intel. Looks like
Where
this
was
is going to
that?
be a tough one. We've had reports of violence, and it looks like they left.
Guessing has already started, Jojo, but thank you. I think Shanna is done with my puns and jokes. I love you guys, and I love your puns and jokes. I'm just picking on you guys. Hi, Lee. How are you? Lee wants to F around and find out what number 7. You've got it. You've got it. True, it's so good to see you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lee, you got the High Priestess. Now, Lee is the only person here who actually gets timed out for the High Priestess. Simply because he made me these cards. And he wants to. So he gets to go to heaven for the High Priestess. So can we get some 07s for Lee in the chat, please? Enjoy heaven. For 69 seconds. Bye, Lee. Bye-bye. Dark, welcome in. It's so good to see you.
Well, I must be punished then, mustn't I? You're a naughty boy! Don't do it!
Thank you so much for that, Claw. Guys, if you don't know Dark Wachapi, please go check out that wonderful, wonderful human right there. He is an incredible Indigenous content creator, has a fantastic podcast, stream, all of the above. Please go show him lots of love. You will love it over there. Fantastic vibes. Fantastic vibes. I adore him. How do you like the newest update to Phasmo? Ooh. The game is very broken right now. It's very broken. And I'm not happy that they're not pushing out fixes as we go along, if I'm gonna be completely honest. And I don't understand why they're not pushing out fixes as we go along rather than waiting until we get this like big quality of life update that's supposed to be coming on the 21st. But I will say that I'm looking forward to that quality of life update, and I'm also looking forward to the Willow update. I think it's going to be cool to see the changes to Willow, and I'm hopeful that the quality of life update is good, because I know that they know, obviously, that they pushed out everything too early. So yeah, you know, the animations are broken, and there's a lot of things that need changed, and I think we're all ready for it. And I don't understand why they're not pushing things out as we go. But a couple more weeks. But we've been playing a lot of other games, playing a lot of DBD, which we've been really enjoying. Shane, oh my god, the new Survivor on DVD is amazing. And we're looking forward to the changes coming to Phasmo. So bronze or silver, already have silver custom, been using. Do it, Amanda. I believe in you. I think you can do it. All right, simply because we're going into Point Nope, I am going to bring an incense until we know our ghost room, keep our sanity up. Also going to bring a firelight, because I feel like a firelight is always really useful, not only for lighting, but it's another thing that will help keep your announced to come out, though. Dark, what are your thoughts? What's everybody's thoughts? Let me know. Game's been broken for a while. Yeah, it has. I really loved the Alan Wake event, though. I think it was, in my opinion, the best event that Phasmo has ever done. I thought it was amazing. And it's just unfortunate that because of that event that they had to push out the updates that they did. And that really broke the game. You know? Short answer, Shanna loves it, but it's a love-hate relationship. No, truly. Our ghost name is Doris Straffen, by the way, so if you're participating in ghost guessing, all of the ghosts are an option for guessing currently. We're going to try to capture 3 videos, cleanse, and get those photos Most important thing, though, that we want to do is get our ghost right, above all. So. Isn't any game? I mean, you know. Sometimes it's angry love, but it's love. Oh no. Anyone else see what? See what? Is Twitch breaking? Oh no, what's happening with Twitch? What's going on? What's going on? It's showing everything is fine on my end. Oh look, the bone. Oh! Did we just get lucky or do we have a wandering ghost? I mean, it looks fine on my end. Like it's all green. It's all green on my end. Like even looking at Twitch, it's all green. So I don't know. It might be Twitch. It might be Twitch. 'Cause everything's green. Everything's green. Yeah. We either have a wandering ghost or we're getting very lucky. Temps are slightly lower here in this bathroom, so I'm gonna say that maybe we're getting lucky, which I am totally okay with. Totally okay with, honestly. Lee wants to F around and find it again. Number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lee got the tower. The ghost should have interacted with something. Did it actually? Who knows? Who knows? Shanna is a naughty jailer who's looking for a ghost to lock up. I might know a ghost, but you gotta find him. Please. Okay, we got some vodka snacks. Let me get those really quick. Hold on. I'm trying to get vodka to come in here. I think she's not happy because little girl is currently in here and trying to get my attention. A front door ghost, perfect. I know. How often does that actually happen? Not very. Not very, that's for sure. That's for sure. Alright, so I have to be a jailer who's looking for a ghost to lock up. Okay. A jailer. Okay. I don't... Okay. I guess I have to be stern? Yeah? Gotta be stern. But naughty. It's been a bad ghost. Doris has been so bad. It sounds like a grandma. Doris has been so bad. We've got to arrest this naughty ghost today. Oh, this is awful. Sultry and stern. I'll do my best. Such a naughty, naughty ghost. Oh, with some dirty water. Wow. Took a photo of that dirty water and this pelvis that this naughty ghost left on the floor. Such a naughty, naughty ghost we have here. Let me just leave that crucifix right there. Relight this. Firelight. Maybe the ghost will give it a little blow. So naughty. I joined at a pretty cool time. Yeah, you did, because we have a naughty, naughty potty ghost in there. Ready to get arrested. Do its jail time. We just have to figure out how naughty this ghost is truly, but oh my gosh, the ghost is throwing things. It's so aggressive. What are we gonna do with this naughty, naughty ghost?
that motion sensor go? The ghost has been blowing and throwing. Alright, I guess let's move some things to the center of the room as well. Oh, is it gonna close the door? Oh, it slammed the door. What a naughty ghost. It's not gonna be a Yurei though, because Yureis shouldn't slam the door like that, right? Oh my gosh, I still have the shampoo in my hand. Let's put that down. The shampoo, I think, just disappeared into the floor. Oh, nope, it didn't. Why is it still in our inventory? I don't even know. This game just really likes natural shampoo. It's not letting me get rid of the natural... If I scroll through this one more time and this natural shampoo is still in my hand, I swear to God. The natural shampoo is going to jail. We're taking the natural shampoo to jail. Okay. You know. Did it clam slam the door? You know, I don't think that's possible. Natural shampoo for the win? No, it's illegal. It's illegal around these parts. Because you know why? It's not actually natural. The ingredients are all a lie. They're lying about the ingredients. It's taking up an inventory slot, I'm pretty sure. 1, 2, 3. Yep. This natural shampoo is officially taking up an inventory slot that I cannot fill with anything else because it won't let me put it the fuck down. This is a perfect game. I love it here. I just love it here so much. I just about shampooed my pants with the door. Did you? Well, you know, I'm glad that your pants are not in fact shampooed. And they're nice and clean, as they should be. Let's not shampoo anything except for our hair, as it should be. As it should be. Anything's possible if you dream hard enough, except getting rid of this natural shampoo that is now permanently a part of our effing being, apparently. Alright, we're gonna bring in some salt to test for a few other ghosts. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm not even gonna lie. Alright, let's bring in a sound recorder. It's unfortunate my dad wasn't a baker because I could have been making bread money because it'll go over Shanna's head, but alas, I don't be making bread. What? Resident Lesbian, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Would you like some natural shampoo? I can't put it down. The game won't let me. It's stuck in my inventory permanently.
Resident_lesbian just traded with 23 viewers.
Welcome in. How was your stream? I'm so sorry. I keep coughing. Guys, please go follow Resident Lesbian if you haven't. Haven't? Yes, if you haven't. She's amazing. Papa, welcome in. Sky, welcome in. Cole, welcome in. Lesbian, of course, welcome in. How is everybody? When's the last time you had shampoo stuck in your hand and you just couldn't put it down? What's everybody's favorite shampoo? I don't know. This is absurd. This is absurd that I cannot put this hecking shampoo down.
I didn't ask for your opinion. This ghost is gonna go to jail for this. This ghost is going to jail for this, truly. Truly. I'm so offended right now. I'm so offended right now. I'm so offended right now. I love unicorns. Thank you, thank you. I'm a huge fan of The Last Unicorn. Huge fan. This ghost is throwing a lot of things. It's throwing a lot of things. Let's see if we can get a video of the motion sensor, maybe. Sounded like a different dog. Yeah, that is Coco. That is my mom's little Yorkie. It's my mom's little Yorkie. We can rule out Wraith. We can rule out Galu. Let's go see if we can grab some more things to maybe put in here. Can we pick up any of these? I'm honestly kind of scared to pick things up right now because I'm afraid it's gonna get stuck in my hand. Can I just be honest? What else is gonna get stuck in my hand that I can't put down? Dugga has a lot of opinions about it. I think she's mad because I'm not giving her attention right now. She doesn't understand that I am currently streaming. Crow noises. Caw, caw. Why are you giving me crow noises? If you're gonna Pulti explode already. Also, if you guys want to participate in bingo, ghost guessing, you can. Also, go follow Songa if you haven't. We love Songa around here. Go do it. Haven't. Listen, I can't speak today. You should have heard me in my meeting with my boss. I had a meeting with my boss today, and I was trying to go over some things with her, and I could not English for the life of me. The words that were coming out of my mouth were 100% not English, and I felt so stupid and incompetent. It was tragic. It was tragic. I like how it lifted the painting up with the shoes on top of it. Technically, that was one item, though. Needy fluff babies are wonderful. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Faz being rude, I see. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to jail. The ghost is going to jail. Faz is awesome. Also going to jail. This ghost thinks this is a joke. She thinks this is a joke, clearly. Clearly. This is unacceptable. I think we can rule out Onryo as well. Most likely. Badge 502 is giving you that. Don't try that bottle. Look, Shanna. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Because yelling is fun? Oh my gosh. Yes, my mom has a dog now. Why did that not... Did that save? It did not. It did not. Go follow Shannon? No, go follow Songa and go follow the wonderful resident lesbian. Go do it. When are you streaming next, lesbian? When are you streaming next? Thank you so much for coming in with your community. You're so cute. You're so sweet. You did not have to do that. You did not have to do that. I heckin' adore you. Did you have a good time streaming today? I like how this ghost was all about throwing until I bring a ton of objects in here, and then it's like, nah, never mind. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not gonna throw shit now that you brought me things. It's fine, ghost. You don't have to throw anything. Because you're still going to prison. I'm gonna throw you in jail. I'm gonna throw you in lockup. And you're gonna get thrown around. So don't you worry. Jeez, Jade. In my day to day with corporate management, I say things such as more goodest, gooder, the most best, more better, getting more gooder, etc. I love that for you. I love that for you. Interesting feature. I haven't seen this one with the item that be dropped. Yeah. It's a great feature. Great feature, Jojo. Great feature. Really, truly fantastic. You guys think they have enough toilet paper? I don't think they have enough toilet paper. I'm gonna be really honest with you. What's my sanity at right now? How have we not lost more sanity than that? That's insane. Let's go see what our cursed items are. We've got to have some cursed items around here. Let's go look. Other than, I think the shampoo bottle. I think the shampoo bottle is 100% a cursed item, officially. I think we should call it that, the cursed shampoo. Can we petition for a cursed shampoo? No, I haven't. I haven't seen that, Moon. He's an EMT. He does the EMT weird reasons to call EMTs. Oh my god, wait. That's hilarious. My cousin's an EMT and I've heard some crazy stories from him, so I can only imagine. I can only imagine. The ghost was blowing. Ghost was blowing. You're streaming tomorrow. Taking a break from Faz, doing Run of Expedition 33 again for the people who haven't seen it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I love that. I love that. Listen, don't get me wrong. You know that I love Faz. You know I love Faz. All the bugs are driving me nutso though. They truly are. They truly are. Did you guys, did you guys see the either TikTok or Reel or YouTube short that I put out about the other Ghost game that's coming out? I'm so excited for it. They have like a little homage to Faz if you pay close enough attention to the trailer that they put out. Because it was inspiration for their game. Can I use some of that TP, please? Yeah, I'll bring you some. I'll bring you some, super.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
I live, laugh,
nightmare,
love Expedition
nightmare.
33. I know you do. I know you do, lesbian. You're taking a break till they release the next update, really? I'm gonna play the hell out of Willow before then. Cowboy, how was your stream? Oh, I forgot we could rule out Yurei. I didn't rule it out yet. I know Yurei door stuff is broken, but I'm gonna go ahead and rule it out. Gonna go ahead and rule it out. Maybe let's lower our sanity as well while we're here. Can you talk to us again? Maybe? Maybe like do a little Polty explosion or something. Give us an idea of what you are, because right now you're not really giving us anything. You're kind of giving us a whole lot of nothing, if I'm being honest with you. Dino, hello! Guys, if you're not following Dino, please go follow Dino. Dino is one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. You will love her. Love her. Dino plays a whole lot of indie
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
She's heckin' gorgeous. Heckin' gorgeous. You'll love her. It was interesting. Oh no, what happened? What happened? I will do a Willow farewell. You have to do a Willow farewell. It's gonna be so weird. So weird. Seeing like basically all of the original maps. Goodbye. You know? Clayboy, welcome in. Enjoy that Diogen smoothie. You're banning Cowboy? I don't know. He hasn't done anything ban-worthy today. Not today. Honest, enjoy your haunted cold brew.
I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Hi, Eric. Enjoy that monkey out of my link. Haven't seen any of the updates for this yet. Def looks different. Oh, Dino. The current update. It's rough. I won't lie to you. I currently have shampoo in my inventory that I cannot put down. Oh, shoot. I almost lit that. I almost inked, you guys. Yeah, I can't put it down. It won't let me. The game just refuses to let me put down the shampoo. But I can't pick up anything else in its place. So there's that. Gotta love it. There's no hiding there. There's no hiding there. You know, it's just such a perfect game, honestly. Honestly. I'm gonna roll out Onryo, like I said. This ghost is so throwy, but I mean, the throws don't seem to be affecting our sanity. It's probably not a poltergeist. It's probably not a poltergeist. Oh. Did it break? Oh, it broke only the light out here. Interesting. So we can't use this light for mare testing now. Hello, Lisa. That's oh wait, that's not Lisa. That's the other lady with the cuts on her arm. We don't have hiding there. Oh, she's hunting. Let's go see exactly what our sanity's at. Need the old spa treatment, please. Please. Having an alright evening. How's your evening going, Eric? I love you. We're at 44%. So just below 50%. Oh, we still need more videos. Well. Go stretch. Go stretch. Get away from the computer. Go de-stream. Take care of yourself, lesbian. We'll be here. We'll be here. I'll do my best to take good care of your community. I'll do my best. I hope you have a good post-stream. We got some hiding there. We'll go there. And we'll do our best to take good care of everybody. Alright, we need one more video. Maybe we'll get it burning the crucifix or something. There we go. That should be our last video. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. It'd be nice if we could get a video of the ghost, but I don't know that that's gonna happen. I mean, we can try. We can try. The fact that one of my inventory slots is taken up with a dang shampoo bottle is very frustrating for me right now. I don't know. I don't know, guys. There's a few ghosts we can rule out, though, with that 44% sanity, right? Pop quiz. Which ghosts can we rule out? It put me, why I put twice recently. Low-key missed the old Tanglewood. No, that's so valid. That's so valid. I think a lot of people miss the old Tanglewood. I think a lot of people miss the old Tanglewood. I think that's super valid, Amanda. I think it's super valid. I like the new Tanglewood, don't get me wrong. But I do miss the old one a lot too. Maybe I should put myself over here, because then I'll have room to back up, and then I can also smudge and get to the hiding over there. We'll see. This might be me signing my death warrant. Very well could be. Very well could be. Gotta keep fresh. Is that why I'm stuck with the shampoo? I'm gonna have to shampoo my hair after every hunt, after every event. Stopped playing this game when they added weather because my old laptop couldn't run it anymore, and honestly, nothing can bring me back to playing it. I'll just be a spectator. Nothing could bring you back to playing it? You don't think so? Like, even if your computer could run it? You don't think you'd ever play it again? Alright, there's our last Cruciburn. There's our last Cruciburn. Oh, I see. Cooper has a golden kappa in her stream, guys. If you guys want to participate, you have to do 100 bits or a sub. But yeah, Cooper currently has a golden kappa. So, just saying. Don't tell me what to do. I'm just saying if you want to. If you want to. You gotta keep fresh. Oh, I read that. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous so you can lurk or chat whatever you feel comfy with.
Hi, stranger. It's been a while. I've missed you.
I've missed you too.
It's okay. You can look at my butt.
Don't worry, I'm looking. I'm looking. Alright, we got the videos. We got the sounds. We got the photos. Now we just gotta figure out what stinky ghost this is and somehow do it with this shampoo that it won't let us get rid of. I did start a timer. Oh, goodness gracious. My goodness. Did you guys get a good look at that ghost? Okay, that's 1:30 exactly that she started hunting. She's pretty easy to lose there. Not a yokai. I'm gonna smudge again. Oh. Did that even hit her? I wonder if that even hit her because she ended her hunt. And I think my smudge disappeared. I don't even think I dropped it. It just like, I didn't even see it burn. It just disappeared. I'm so confused right now. I can't open the door. What's happening? Am I guys, am I stuck in here? Guys, I can't leave. But the ghost isn't hunting. What's going on? I smudged the ghost. Guys, what's happening? Guys, what's happening? What's happening? I can't crouch either. Oh my god, none of my buttons are working. What is... I can't crouch. I suddenly cannot crouch. I can't hit escape. What is going on? My game is bugged. My game is totally bugged. What? Can I pick things up? Okay, I picked up the chess piece. I can pick up and put down the chess piece. What about the ball? Okay, wait. Okay, I can scroll my inventory. I can flip my lighter. Is my shampoo gone? The shampoo's gone. Guys, the shampoo's gone. It's the missing link. The shampoo's gone. Oh no. Guys, the shampoo is gone. What is this cursed game? What is happening? Guys, I don't even care what the ghost is anymore. This game is cursed. How'd this light switch get turned on? Did I turn that light switch on? I don't even know if I turned that light switch on. I might have turned that light switch on. Oh, we're so dead. If this ghost makes it up those stairs, I can't crouch. Thousands of perfect. Oh god. That's not a real event. Okay. There's my lighter. Where's my shampoo? Now I'm like, where's my shampoo? Guys, I'm so scared I'm not gonna be able to get out the front door again. New ghost? Is it me? Am I the new ghost? What's happening? Okay. Is it hunting? It's hunting. Because I can't flip the light switch. I still can't crouch. I still can't hit escape. I can't open my book. Do I just let the ghost kill me? And see what happens? Hey, girl. Well, that worked.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for
You know, that's what I was leaning toward, to be honest with you.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh, thank you, Jojo. Jojo, I couldn't leave. What in the cursed hell was that? I'm gonna need to go back. I'm gonna need to go back and clip that whole thing. I'm gonna need to go back and clip that whole thing. That was insane. That was insane. That was insane. You didn't try to leave after it hunted again? Okay, but I didn't trust it. Let me get vodka over here for those snacks. Hold on. That was crazy. I don't even know what that was. I don't even know what that was. That was wild. I will get you that F around and find out as well, Irk. Look at that pretty girl. Look at that pretty girl. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. Alright, you want number 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Irk, you got the tower. Nothing happened? Probably, because the ghost's supposed to interact with something, but let's be honest, did it? Who knows? Who knows? Why we banning Irk? What did Irk do today?
I don't know. Something.
Something? Okay.
Something.
Okay. You know what? I believe it.
Oh my god, your code is 6-9 in it.
It's a good code. It's a good code, you know? Unfortunately, I do have to count that as a 1 out of 1 game death, even though probably wouldn't have died if it weren't for the game, but you know.
You don't survive mares. You were done for.
What? What do you mean, Whippy? She's beautiful. Thank you, Fire Archer. Thank you, thank you. How's the puppy doing? She's doing good. She's doing good.
New donation from Amber the Rambler.
Amber, thank you for the donation to help vodka. That got us to 38%. I heckin' appreciate
Nightmare,
you. You're gonna get yourself a postcard. We gotta. We're gonna have everybody who donated vote on the design, and then the top donor is also gonna get a piece of merch made with the design. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Thank you, Amber. Also, guys, go follow Amber. Amber is hot. Pass it on. And she's one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. I love her. I love her. How are you, Amber? All right. Oh, there's an unknown in the chat. I need that. I need that. Mo, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? How are you? How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Mo, there's a button at the top of the screen that you need to hug right now and go share some love over there. It is free to do so. So why would you not? Why would you not? Mo, how was your stream? Tell us about it. And when are you streaming next? Welcome
Mo
on
Brass
in.
2018 just
Welcome on
traded with
in.
13 views.
How is it going? How's it going? How was Phasmo for you tonight? How'd your ghost treat you? I just had the craziest round. I don't know what happened, but first, a shampoo bottle glitched and would not leave my inventory. And then the ghost hunted. And then after it hunted, I couldn't open the front door again. It just stayed locked. And I was trapped in the house forever. I could never leave. So that was fun. That was fun. But I hope you had a good games tonight. Welcome in. Welcome in. And if you guys want to participate in guessing or you want to play bingo, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. Hydration Station, choo choo. Thank you, Mihi. Have fun, Irk. Have fun. Ghost treated us decently. Next stream's tomorrow at 1 p.m. Let's go. What are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do
New
tomorrow?
donation from Whip Whip.
Whippy, thank you for the donation to help vodka as well. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Get yourself that postcard.
Wasn't me.
Uh-huh. Who else goes by Whip Whip?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. 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 No evidence, run my goat. Listen. They've been very interesting since the updates that have come out, Stanley. I don't know. Some of the ghosts, they're crazy. They're crazy. I don't know if you heard what just happened on our last run, but I got locked in the house and the ghost would not let me leave. So it was fun. It was fun. Did they change some behavioral traits? No. No. Phasmo just has a lot of features right now. It just has a lot of features right now. I had shampoo stuck in my inventory that it wouldn't let me put down, and literally the ghost hunted and the door stayed locked. So I couldn't leave, and I couldn't open my book, and it was you know, I was there forever. It was like Hotel California, but Point Hope. So, also, if you guys don't know Stanley, please go check out Stanley. Stanley is fantastic, wonderful, wonderful creator, plays a ton of Dead by Daylight, also does a lot of charity streaming, and it's just an amazing bean. So go check Stanley out as well. Are you ready for the tournament in like 2 weeks?
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Definite truth, right, Mo? Right, Mo?
I've got a report.
Yeah, they're gonna do some Phasor DVD. Let's go. Let's go. How are you enjoying the DVD event, by the way, Mo? Features is an awesome way to put it. Yeah, I don't like to say that either Phas or DBD have bugs. They're both perfect games, and they both just have features. That's all. That's all. Where are we? Oh, prison! Perfect. This is where the ghost from the last game needed to go. And then it decided that I was being kept in prison instead. Why do you look so creepy? Don't look at me like that.
I haven't played this game in so long. I don't know what I'm doing.
You've got this. I believe in you.
I haven't played since we played the Alan Wake event together. We played on like the 3rd day.
You've got this. I believe in you. Normally I would bring a paramic to help me find our room, but I'm just going to bring a firelight to keep my sanity up. So, which one? I'm signed up for too much. Hold on. I don't want to say the wrong name. We're signed up for the Sizzlin' Summer Cookout. You're on a different team. I saw your name, and I was like, I gotta maybe play against Stanley. What do you mean? You're excited for that one? I don't want to play against you. Oh, we have a monkey paw.
I know.
Do we have tarot cards, and did you take them away from me?
Is it 2 cursed possessions?
Yeah. We also have a summoning circle.
I just live here.
Oh, okay. We should try playing together next time. I would be down. I'd be down. I'm not fantastic though, so just warning you. Just warning you ahead of time. I actually like it after getting the hang of it. Same. I think it's a lot of fun on both Killer and Survivor. I think the event is really fun. I think it's just a matter of like figuring out how to play it, and I think it's a lot more complicated than people expected. I kind of feel like that's where behavior might have fallen a little short this year, is that they probably should have done a better job in teaching the event and explaining exactly how to do it, because if they did, I think people wouldn't have been so upset. Or if anything, they should have at least done so with their content creators, so the content creators could then pre-make some videos to teach people. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like that would have mitigated some of the anger people felt about it, but Kinetic and Behavior took lessons from the wrong company, aka Bethesda. Oh no. Every Bethesda game ever. There's no bugs, there's only features. Oh no. Got locked in the ghost room earlier because the door slammed on the tripod. I couldn't pick up the tripod. It wouldn't let me open the door. I think a lot of the collision issues that we're seeing, and this is just my speculation. So you know how they made it so you can't throw items through the doors anymore? And JoJo talked about this yesterday. I think a lot of the collision issues are because they made it so that you can't throw items through your doors anymore. And so whatever they did created an issue so that not only can you not throw those items through the doors anymore, but the doors are causing issues with the items. When we walk into the items, it causes issues. Like, the items in general are just a freaking issue. They're a freaking issue. Let's just be honest with ourselves. So, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. I do talk a lot. I'm sorry, Whippy. Is that why you were sighing at me?
Oh yeah, I already know the ghost room and everything, so.
Oh,
yeah.
do you? Where's the ghost?
Quite a while ago now.
Oh, is that why you were sighing at me? Just interrupt me. Tell me to shut up.
You gotta find me. Hide and seek.
Oh no, not hide and seek. Please, I'm
Don't worry,
terrible.
there's 3 places. I'm either in, well, we already checked 1 cell block. Either in the cell block or the cafeteria.
Well, I saw a door was open over here, which maybe you went upstairs. I don't know.
I'll give you a hint. I said cell block or cafeteria.
Oh. So I'm guessing you did not go upstairs.
Literally just said that.
I don't know. You could have been trying to trick me.
The ghost laughed at me.
Oh, well, I'm glad somebody thinks you're funny.
Denominator.
You're a denominator.
Stop blowing up my lantern out, ghost.
Oh, this is such a big room to try and figure out what our ghost is with no evidence.
What's a
All right.
male?
Yep.
It's
Not a banshee, not a Diane. It stepped in one of the salts. Let's see if it steps in any more.
We're gonna get a good test though, maybe.
Alright, I'll bring more lanterns and more salt. I saw you have a crucifix down. The ghost keeps blowing, 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 blowing. Oh. Love Fallout with all my heart, but those games are full of glitches and bugs that they absolutely had the budget to fix and didn't. The thing is, like, when people still continue to play the games in spite of the glitches and bugs, why are they going to fix them?
Well, it depends, like, some of the bugs in those games are fun, though. Some of the Bethesda bugs actually add to the game. Most of them, I'd say.
See, that I think that's fair, too, though.
Because I have a friend who's really big into Bethesda. I'm not as much, but he is. And he loves every single Bethesda game he plays to see if he can use a plate to glitch through walls.
Yeah.
It's like his favorite thing to do.
I think that's
It's a lot
fair,
more fun
too.
than getting stuck in the house and having to die to the ghost, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not saying all of them are good, but... That's kind of what you're known for. I think it's a lot different than this.
Yeah. Alright. I'll spread out a couple more salts.
Oh,
it looks like...
salt walk.
Okay, perfect. So we know it's not a Galu then. Not a Galu, not a Wraith.
What else? Shade, not a shade. Guarantee that.
Well, yeah, if it's been doing stuff with you in here.
It's blown a lot.
The room's big enough
Only makes
anyway.
3 blows.
So not an Onryo?
Not an Onryo.
Okay. I'll go grab a few more things. I'll turn this light on too, so then you can see if the breaker gets turned off. I have hiding turned on low, and we don't have locker hiding. Tell me how that worked out.
Are there any more tests I can do? Easily.
While we still have sanity.
Looking through the list.
Polty, we could grab some items.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try.
We could also... Oh, you have a paramic, so you've got that.
I can maybe get spins off of Paramic. I don't know. Not impossible.
Yeah. You could see how talkative it is. Maybe that would tell us the possibility of miling.
Is that power on? Okay.
Yeah.
That's something. I guess.
Here's a motion sensor. And another crucifix. Not that it's going to cover a whole lot of the room, but we'll cover at least this part over here.
I was just trying to keep my sanity up until we want to go down. This is a huge room to get stuck in and hunt.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of hiding on prison.
Maybe I can kind of do
Yokai, you in here? Show yourself. Oh, you could use the local chat and start talking. Because we're definitely in yokai hunting range.
Yeah, the 0.5% chance of that hunt.
Sanity's at 34% and it hasn't hunted is a little sussy.
What though?
Quite a few things, actually.
One of the newer ghosts, I think.
It could be a couple different ghosts. Motion sensor just went off. Was that you or was that the ghost?
It's hunting currently.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the ghost.
It just hunted. Okay.
Is it normal speed?
I can't hear it. I'm not inside.
Is the set to normal speed?
Yeah. Some of the
that's
bugs are funny, but the game-breaking ones are frustrating. It's why I haven't played Fallout in 3 or 4 years. Also why I refuse to buy more games. That's fair. It's fair. Never had issues with them. Only Bethesda games. I played those doomed. Which new DLC drops in a few days. Pretty hyped for it. I've never played Doom. I know lots of people who have them.
Doom is not as buggy though.
Hi, Zombo. Did Whipster dead? Because it would be kind of neat if he did. Maybe. Wow, Zombo. Wow. No, Whippy didn't, but I did because I was on Point Hope, and the ghost just decided that it was gonna lock the door and never unlock it. I was trapped there forever. Forever and ever. I can see your butt through the wall.
I'm trying to figure if that was slow or not. I don't know footsteps anymore.
Did it hunt with you in the room?
No, but it's already not gonna be a spirit or a shade, so.
I don't know. It could be broken.
Possible, but I stepped outside and then it hunted. I got out here to listen to noises and hear a couple things. I mean, it could be broken. Room size, I don't know if the game is broken for that.
I don't see any Orbeez.
I think it was normal speed.
Norbies. No, you're fine, Stanley. You're totally fine. Not great either. When I play with the group, the focus is always to have a good time. Hey, that's what it should be. That's what it should be.
Throwing an
Did you
average
smudge
amount-
it?
No.
I mean, the fact that it's not hunting again with me in the room.
Made a noise.
Yeah? What kind of
Breathing
noise?
on you, I think.
Oh. Mylings are singers. Myling Cyrus. Oh my god, imagine. I'm wondering if shades are a little broken right now.
Say that about everything.
Oh, he's eventing. Shoot, I don't have the
Silent?
camera anywhere near me.
That.
No, he's right over there. He's singing the song of his people.
That was so weird. I could see the marker for an event.
The Butcher
on
Man.
mic, but it made no noise.
Oh, that's weird.
It was just a white circle.
How you doing, zombies, by the way? It's good to see you. Doom series goes way back. Very fun. Doom 3, the scariest of them all. Did you just shut me in here?
You got to
Whoopi-
duke it out with the ghost.
Libby wants me to die. Watch, I'm gonna leave and it's gonna hunt.
Can I see through this? I think I
It turned the light on.
Why didn't we do that earlier? Right there, that's faster. Wait, first on.
I left and it hunted though.
That was a different speed though.
I don't know, I didn't hear the first hunt.
I did. I thought the first time might have been a little slow. And that one felt
Are we thinking Ovambo then?
that might explain
Because the
sanity.
Ovambo would hunt at different sanities. Shanna looping. Not here. Really, the only place to loop here is like that front section where the chairs are. You can kind of loop around those. You can't loop around the tables because the ghost will go right through them. It doesn't respect the tables here. It doesn't respect the tables at all. I did not start a timer on my smudge. I was not. Ah! I just used the other smudge on accident.
I have one.
I inked.
It's barely an
I
ink,
was
just, like, did that.
I was trying to turn on my headlight. No. No.
I want to hunt again. If I think it's slow again, then I guess it could be twins. It's acting weird though.
It's hunting.
So the paramic is broken.
We could time the length of the speed, or the length of the hunts, because the fast hunt, if it starts enraged, or whatever, angered, or aggressive, or however you want to do it, is 20% shorter.
Can you try to listen? Can you try to listen to the paramedic while still hunting?
I could still hear it through the paramic when I turned the paramic off, which is concerning.
Yeah, you can
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
You can't really hear the footstep, so you're having the same issue. Okay, so the paramic is useless.
I turned the paramic off and I could still hear it, which made me really concerned.
It was doing that for me too. That's why I gave it to you. I was hoping it wasn't broken for you too.
Okay, cool. Okay, how you doing, Psycho Mike? Welcome
really
in.
Loud too.
Yeah, that was very obviously different speeds though. I'll start a stopwatch on the next hunt, though, and we'll see.
It burned. That was quick.
So easy to do after the changes. No, it is. Y'all hear the new Ice Nine Kills song, Play Dead, based off DVD? Yes, I really like it. I really like it. I really like a lot of the Ice Nine Kills music, though. Zombies, enjoy your shade soup. I think Ghosty needs an inhaler. Honestly, a lot of the ghosts in this game do. I think they need to seek some medical attention.
Lights are on in there. Maybe I see an Obake.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
It's not gonna be one. I guess maybe it's a mimic that you didn't see the orbs for.
Nah. Ghosty sounds like me when I'm suffering an asthma attack. Honestly, so valid. Jojo, enjoy your mare matcha. My shadow has horns, just like me. Oh, it's hunting.
I can hear footsteps again.
What speed did it start at? The fast or the slow?
The faster.
Okay.
I think. Or that might be the slow.
I was gonna say that sounds kind of slow.
It's so hard to tell. I'm not good with it.
So this, in theory, should be a longer hunt then. Okay, so that was 48, 49 seconds-ish, give or take. Let me reset.
My audio can stay back. I can keep using the pair. We'll see.
Oh! Let's not start your hunt in here, buddy.
And the light on. Probably left by now?
I sure hope so. We have a 0-second grace period, so.
Turn the light on the library. I mean, we are literally next to his room, so what are we expecting?
Thought a red light event was a rare event. I mean, they're less common than others, yeah. Speaking of DVD and Ice Nine Kills, I pre-ordered an Ice Nine Kills X DVD shirt, the one that is in the game for some. Did you? Wait, zombies, can you send me the link for that? Because I would love to get one. Oh, hunting? That sounds slower too. So it's probably going to be the same length as the other one. I need to get paid. so I can pay some bills.
Not worth it.
Paying bills? The old screen. Oh yeah, that one was 49 seconds.
Is this timing? It's gonna be telling if it's an Obama or a twin.
Yes, so if it starts in the aggressive state, it's 20% shorter. If it's an Ovambo.
Would be 40 seconds, I guess.
Ish,
roughly.
yeah. Yeah.
20% of 50 is 40 or 10 seconds.
Yeah, so roughly. But it has to start in that state, so we have to hear it start faster.
Oh, I just got a parabyte. Oh, facing that direction. Even if it's instant, I guess. He's having a rough time in there. Started breathing all heavy.
Honestly, it's so
me
hot
after
lately.
I came home
Same.
from Mexico.
The old screen, yeah. Oh, starting. This game has 0 bugs and all the features, right?
I think that's faster. You can hear it now too, so.
Is it though?
I don't know, okay. Let me listen to it on the computer. No, we might be thinking of the wrong ghost.
I
We
think
might have
it.
tricked ourselves
I
into
think
this.
it might be. I think that might be slower still. That might be normal. That might actually be normal speed. Oh, it's not an Oni or twins, or not Oni or twins. It's not an Oni or Cormos. That might actually be normal speed. I wonder if it started with line of sight speed with that one hunt. I'm gonna go grab another
Could've been
smudge.
broken, yeah, because it was around the corner though. And that's, but you never know.
Which also makes me wonder, could it see us through the bars? It hasn't turned the breaker off.
That felt way faster. Right, that one time.
Yeah, it did. Could it see us through the bars, though? It hasn't turned the breaker off. Which is making me question 2 different ghosts right now, because we had a ghost.
I will do a test if it hunts while you're gone.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I will do a gin test while you're gone.
Okay.
I can do that one safely.
No, that's
The door
exactly
open.
what I'm thinking, Jojo, is the Aswan. I'm like, could this be another one? Could it be another one? Sorry, I'm like adjusting my desk because I'm changing how I'm sitting a little bit. We also have the monkey paw, so
Do that if we need to. But it never helps. Like,
we could wish for safety and then wish for knowledge, and if it doesn't roll out a swan, I could bring the ghost into my hiding spot. Do we have actual hiding anywhere?
Probably somewhere.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't know actual hiding spots on prison. Oh, it's hunting.
That's not a gen.
No? Oh, it's faster.
I had a lot of line of sight. That was a lot of line of sight. And it's still fast. Is that staying faster? Maybe
It's
is.
slowing down.
That's still kind of fast.
It's just taking time to slow down.
How long is it supposed to
It's done. You know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna wish for safety and then wish for knowledge.
I can wish for knowledge if you want to be able to see still.
I don't mind
For
being
the
blind.
chat.
It's okay.
Then get a flashlight.
You know what? That's so valid.
Just so you're not completely gone for.
You know what? That's so valid. Prison, my love. Yes, Amber. Prison. Speedy Ghost who needs an inhaler, right? Let's see. I wish for safety. I wish for safety.
Ah, don't wish for knowledge.
Why?
It's eventing on me.
Oh, okay. I'll wait a moment.
Hey, buddy, can you please wait to hunt? Hey, don't hunt immediately, please.
Come get in a locker.
All right, well, down. That still sounds kind of way fast.
It's faster this hunt. It's totally faster this hunt.
It had a eensy-weensy bit of line of sight. About 1 meter.
I wonder if it's in a swan. I really do. I genuinely do.
How does that one change speeds?
They speed up faster than other ghosts do. So
Oh,
they
yeah, I
almost
remember.
they almost like feel like a gen in a way.
Maybe. Try to see if it's slowing down at all. It's not. Or is that normal now?
Welcome back.
It's slowing down. Did Whippy die? Yeah, Whippy's dead.
I gambled
I wish
that it
for
wasn't gonna
knowledge.
spawn right in front of me. And it did. That's slow.
You have to let me know when it's done. I'm afraid to move.
Slow now, you slowpoke.
I don't know. It's
I'm
being
still,
so
like,
weird.
does it not
It's
feel
being so
slower than
weird.
the last one now. Or is it a good old twins that we're overthinking? And that is not following any patterns because twins is random.
I mean, it's definitely possible. It's not going to be a Thay with the severe differences in speed, Clayboy. Because a Thay would only start fast and get slower and slower and slower and slower. We wouldn't have heard it be fast randomly in the middle.
I think it's done.
Okay, so it's not ghost riding, so it can't be in a Swan. It can't be an Ovambo.
Honestly,
It's gotta be twins.
Might just be a good old twins. Yeah.
It might be. It's gotta be the twins. It's gotta be either that, or it's the freaking mimic, fully debating us. And there were no orbs hit anywhere.
I mean, it could be. I don't know. It could
Or-
be anything else. No, not really.
No, it wasn't fast enough to be a Raiju.
No,
It wasn't
I thought
that. It
for a
wasn't
second,
that.
but
It wasn't
no.
that fast.
Hantu never. Yeah, I think let's just go with that. I mean, what else do you do?
Okay.
It's not
I wish
that
for
big of a
life.
deal.
Are you alive?
Oh, I got teleported through a wall.
Yeah, you might be in the wall for a minute before you actually get to like come back.
No, I died against a wall, so it put me on the other side. I did in that little hiding spot.
Oh.
Put me in the hallway.
It wasn't a Raichu. No. I don't think it was fast enough. It was just we had a really weird first hunt where I don't know. It was just weird. Can you see? Because I can barely see.
Oh yeah, what do you mean?
Okay, the way you were acting, you were walking into the wall. Okay, I've got twins in my book. Oh, Jojo said use your journal if you're stuck, but it seems you're free. So, let's
don't
see.
talk to me like that.
Welcome back.
It was the
Hey,
twins.
go
Okay. Okay.
I might not have played this game in a long time, but I can still recognize when it's slightly slow and slightly fast.
No, we were definitely hearing a difference in speed. We were definitely hearing that.
I was second guessing myself the whole time though. It's been months.
No, we were definitely hearing that. It was just... It was throwing us off. And it's hard because it's such a big room, too, that, like... Typically, with the twins, like, you use... You know, oh, I heard something in this room and I heard something 2 rooms away. You know. Almost one right after the other. It's hard. It's hard when it's one giant room. I don't know. That was tough. All right. Let's do it again. How's your night going, Cheeseburger? How's your night going? If you would like to participate in bingo, if you'd like to participate in guessing, you're more than welcome to. Grab yourself a bingo card. Join us in some guessing. It's a lot of fun. Both twin ghosties need to see the pulmonologist for their breathing issues, right? What do you mean big rooms? It's only a medium map. I know. Who am I? Frog? Oh my god. Imagine a frog was a ghost.
Why is the van black?
I-
Oh, there we go. Now the lights are.
The
Oh,
van
my
was like
stuff, let's
gray.
go.
The van was gray for me. You know what?
my
We
stuff.
can use your stuff. I'm fine with that. You can sugar daddy this one. The van is still weirdly colored for me. Is it just me or is the van oddly colored?
Mine's brighter. I'm looking at your screen. Mine's brighter.
Am I crazy or does the van look different?
you're right, but I'm still gonna say you're crazy.
Okay, well, yeah. It happened to you too, Joe? Okay. Okay. Damn, Daniel back at it again with the odd colored bands. No, like, it's almost reminding me of, like, the old Phasmo van a little bit. Like, this
Why is it always raining on this map?
It's giving old Phasmo. It's giving old Phasmo. It 100% does. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. I'm glad it's not just me then. Okay. Alright, so if you're participating in guessing here, Banshee, Diane, let's see, are not an option.
Also not an option.
No? Whippy's not an option, you guys. Unfortunate. Looks like my vision when I'm super tired and the world keeps getting lighter and darker and changing colors. Yeah, it's like the, Oh. That was a, oh, that was a shadow of it. It had to be, but I didn't get the photo. Okay. It must have turned off the breaker, right? Because multiple lights just turned on at the same time. Or, no? Okay. Well, then it turned on that light right there.
I've turned on
So it's
some
not
lights.
a mare. So it's not a mare.
Oh, I know.
It also just played the piano.
What light did it turn on here?
This lamp, this little one.
Upstairs?
No, right here. Right here.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah. We know it's in this room now. Alright, let's get some lights on. Space the cell tab.
It's so bright. I don't think I've ever seen this room this bright.
Our games look so different right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Do you have eye adaptation on?
No, I don't think I even get that setting.
Oh, that's right. You're playing on console, so no, you don't.
I am right now. But my brightness is usually higher for some reason.
I found the
Oh, wait, I
bone.
have my TV's color turned down.
Are you playing on black and
Except
white?
for one salt. That's how I watch Spider Noir. Speaking of Spider Noir, anyone else watching Spider Noir? I still haven't finished it. I'm going very slow.
I have not seen Spider Noir.
But I'm watching it in black and white, and it's been a blast. So it's not.
We don't have exclamation point fish. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Cheese.
It ain't Wraith, and it ain't.
I'm putting the tarot cards on the island. We can pull them in a little bit. I'm gonna go see what our other cursed object is.
Oh, which the other ghost I'm thinking of? Galu! It ain't a Galu. Oh, one of my lights are off.
I didn't see what card it said. It looked scary. You can do it again.
Console's means bright. Yeah, I think console's a little bit brighter, but also I think on my old TV, I'm on a TV, I had a brightness setting that was turned up more.
Ah.
This one I set to standard.
You know what? That would make sense that you can turn your TV up to be a little brighter too than you can maybe your monitor. I hadn't thought about
yeah,
that.
I think it's more on colors.
Look how weird it looks outside even. It's like,
So
I don't know.
bright.
Yeah.
Can you stop eventing? Only shadow events, by the way.
We have a Ouija board as well.
He's only been doing shadow events.
Cannot wait for this month to be over and it just started. Oh no. Are you having a rough month already, Honest? Well, I was gonna try and get his photo, but I see that he did not want to be photographed.
Okay, just wait half a second. That was like the 5th hunt in 2 minutes. Not even 1 minute.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh, that's interesting that he's been eventing all over you, and your sanity is still higher than mine, so it's not gonna be an Oni.
Well, it did a misball.
Oh, it did, so it's not gonna be a Cormosh either. But also, if it was an Oni, it would have dropped your sanity more because of those events.
Eventing? Yeah, there's another one.
I'll bring in a couple of Crucies.
Do you have it?
I dropped it, yeah.
There we go. Not a phantom.
I'm not gonna lie, I love how bright the map is right now. Even though it's not supposed to be this bright.
So many events.
It stepped in one salt? Just one or more than one?
3.
3? So not a Wraith, not a Galu. Okay. Could it be in this one? I mean, right now, yeah. Pull them right meow? Oh my gosh, you would want us to pull them right meow. You would. Okay, bring some candles. Oh, is it hunting? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah,
Ghost, enjoy that Reveille Frappe. We're at 45%. Average. Are you winning, son? We're trying, Nepo. Nepo, I had the craziest game earlier. You wouldn't believe what happened. You wouldn't believe it. I went into Point Hope, right? And the ghost was in the front of the house, which, like, A, never happens. But B, I tried to pick up a bottle of soap because it threw it. So I was like, all right, well, let me just go ahead and, like, clean this up and, you know, make a little posy pile. Well, the shampoo bottle got stuck in my inventory, and it wouldn't let me put down the frickin' shampoo bottle.
More shampoo for your hair.
I was like stuck with this damn shampoo bottle in my inventory. And then the ghost hunted. And I, you know, did my usual. I like got a video of it. I smudged it. I did all the things. And then I tried to leave. The ghost literally wouldn't let me leave. The door was locked. And I couldn't leave the house, Nepo. I couldn't leave the house. The ghost was not hunting. It was done hunting. I just couldn't leave the house. Oh, I don't blame you, honest. I don't blame you with being done with hearing fireworks every day. That's so valid, honestly. Oh, it already blew out all these candles. It was super wild. The ghost acted like it was damn Hotel California in that house. One of the smudge sticks disappeared without actually being lit. Yep, there was that. Forgot about that. Living it up in the Hotel California. What a lovely place. What a lovely face. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. With the alibis, mirrors on the ceiling, drink champagne on ice. She said, we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. Alright, this thing's very blowy. It is a great song. Oh, it's probably not an Onryo though. The range on this crucifix is not quite the same as like a tier 3. So was one of the first complex songs I learned to play on guitar. I love that. I love that. I think it might have been one of the first ones that I learned too. It might have been. Yeah, I think we can probably rule out Onryo. Oh, it turned off the breaker. Yep, not a gen.
I don't know what the breaker is.
I
in the
think
back room.
it's up. Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's upstairs. I think I remember seeing it.
Shannon will break out in a song like every 5 minutes.
Literally everything's a song in my head. If we didn't already know from Whippy testing, we would know this is not a phantom because it didn't not stop its event, but disappear when I just took that photo and continue the event. Psycho Mike, enjoy that Rajukato toast. Oh, this candle's burnt completely.
Before me.
Did I just... Oh. I accidentally walked up the carpet right there. I wasn't cheating. I didn't mean to.
Shannon's cheating. I'm reporting you.
Did the photo count? No. I'll go get the breaker.
Good, because I'm sitting outside holding the shovel. So
I'll go get
I'm
the
not really
breaker.
much use right now. Is there a ghost photo?
We
That is
do
not
have
on
a
my
ghost
bingo
photo,
card. Can we call...
Alright, I'm gonna pull cards. You wanna pull cards with me?
Yeah, sure.
Meet me at our spot. In the kitchen.
The ghost be blowy. Oh my god, he's blowing a lot.
I'm gonna shut the door. Alright. I got the hermit. Has the Ouija board been used? No, but you can call it.
Welcome back.
I'm insane now. I got Wheel of Fortune.
The sun. I got all my sanity. It sounds fast.
Oh, I didn't know it sounded good. It's okay.
That
The
sounds-
card I got was not good anyways.
That sounds quite a bit fast. Yeah, what was it?
I don't hear anything.
How do you not hear anything? Open your ears.
I'm not
Open
even
your
kidding, I don't
ears,
hear
Whippy.
anything. The audio is probably broken. I think it ain't even on.
It was.
I didn't hear a thing.
I like how we both still go over here, like the light switch is there, and it hasn't been there since they updated Grafton.
I couldn't see anything. My game is not as bright as yours. I just walked into a wall. Hoping it was the right wall.
Death full, but it's probably gonna hunt. Oh, it's not. That's an actual full. Okay, your turn.
Oh, the tower. Oh, I lost your cards.
The tower. Oh, there's a can bugging out somewhere now. Oh no.
Here
Oh
you
wait, no,
go.
it's this thing. Tower. I still haven't gotten a good clip of somebody pulling a hangman.
Lame.
Oh, I can't grab that.
Oh, it dropped automatically. I think it means it's done.
Oh yeah, it's done then. Mystic Fox coming through with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki Mystic Fox in the chat. Well, that one hunt was really fast, and I think it started technically while my sanity was still high, so I don't know how fast the hunt was that I wasn't in here for, though.
It was normal.
Was it?
Completely normal.
Interesting.
I didn't have enough confidence to keep looping him more, but I let it go.
It's not hiding right there.
I haven't used this new player character weird grabbing update yet, so I don't know this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, everything's a little busted, so you know. Even when you have the confidence, things don't always work the way that you expect them to. Unfortunately. I'm moving the crucifixes out of the room. Okay. Lurking and working, I hope work is going well. The ghost is a piano man. It's
Work is
playing
overrated.
us songs tonight. Yeah, it's in the mood for a melody. Oh. Now it's singing to us alright. La da 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 dee da. La da 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 dee da da da. Oh! Oh yeah, he's Speedy Boy. Oh! Why didn't my smudge work? Are you kidding?
What? Okay, we're both dead? What is it?
I just put Morroy. I don't... You know...
I don't know, I didn't put any.
Questionable.
Welcome back.
Wait,
Oh, it was an Ovambo.
That felt faster though.
It did, and I think it's because it saw me, is the thing. But I don't know why my smudge didn't work. You died? Do we need to ban Cowboy?
I support it.
Yeah. Bry is streaking with a 325 stream streak. Oh my god. You guys better close your eyes. There is a Nakey Bry in this chat. A Nakey Bry. Bry, that is crazy. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I be in your walls? Are you here? Do I need to come to the door?
What?
I did, yeah. Cowboy's sleep messaging.
Oh, I heard not I be into I heard I be into balls. I was like, what?
Oh, you have the dog and the cat? Okay. Okay, cool. So happy that streak hasn't broken. That's insane. Bry. That's insane. Like... I don't think I've seen a streak that long anywhere. I don't think I've seen a streak that long anywhere. A duh.
I never seen anything that's long.
Yeah, Whippy.
What?
Yeah, Whippy. Horribly misread that as I already am your dog and your cat. Imagine. And Ghosty has just transformed. I blame Cowboy, as you should. As you should.
That we're
Alright.
banning Cowboy.
Ooh, camp. Alright. Get your ghost guesses in. I will be right back.
And get set up before investigating.
No, I'm okay.
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it to your advantage.
I've got to take my stuff off.
Here are the ground rules. You can punch me and I am A-OK being stabbed, biting, and scratching are on the table. You can use fire.
Welcome back. I've got the skills ready for you.
Kevlar Wolf 97 just resubscribed for 4 months at Tier 1. Hi.
Whippy decided we weren't doing Camp
I
Woodland.
didn't take my stuff off.
Oh, okay.
So I just sent this back. We'll go back to camp.
Okay. Valid.
I was like, you're not here, I can redo that all real fast.
Valid. Valid.
It was an easy ghost anyway, so you know, it made it a little harder.
It definitely would have been an easy ghost, to be fair.
Call it Cooper Easy.
Cooper is not a yokai. Cooper is the yokai queen.
Oh, I don't need to hear
Cooper's
your lies.
subjects are easy.
Your lies.
Alright, let's see if we can find this darn ghost. Because you know just as well as I do how much of a pain it is to find a ghost on this map. I'm actually going to use the motion sensor and see if I can use it to find it.
Alright, ghost is in the map.
Aww.
Oh, I found it.
There's no Slindy. You already found it?
No, but yes.
Oh, there's a hip boner over here.
It's either
Hip
in the center or
boner.
in the bathroom.
Oh, and a summoning circle? What did it throw?
Something rustling in the bushes.
Yeah.
This.
Oh, it's in the bathroom. Yeah.
That's literally what I just said.
I said it first.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah. Know any campfire songs?
Men go mad with watching it.
I'm glad that you took over that, because I was like, I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. I was like, I know no campfire songs. None. How you doing, Ohio? Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Guys, if you're not already following our wonderful friend Ohio, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen that you need to hug
just
right
traded
now.
with 3 viewers.
Go share some love with Ohio. It's free to do so. If you guys don't already know, Ohio is a fantastic streamer. Ohio plays a lot of horror over on his channel. He also plays a lot of Phasmo. He's very good at it. Very good at it. And you're missing out on a wonderful bean if you're not already following him. So why not just go do it to him? You know? You gotta do it to him. Ohio, how was your stream today? How was Dishonored? Oh. Yeah.
Why are you looking?
He keeps opening the door.
He actually liked you looking in there. He started laughing after you would.
Oh, he thought it was funny, did he?
Yeah.
That's weird. That's a little weird. He stepped in the salt. He turned off the light? Oh, he breathed on me. Okay, so he's not an Oni or a Kormosh. Not an Oni or a Kormosh. Not a Wraith. He stepped in the salt once. Oh, his name is Carlos, so he's not a Banshee or a Diane either. Wonderful since when? I mean, I think you're pretty wonderful, even if you're tinky. Oh, not a Galoon. Alright, we had one blow.
Play with my balls. Wee, bounce.
In front of God and everyone?
Bounce. My balls are always bouncing
To the left and to the right.
Oh, my ball rolled into the fire.
You know, you're not supposed to put your balls in the fire, Whippy. I'm sorry, Ghosty. Shower party inspector, rate the shower party out of 100, then keep talking about how good or bad it was. Okay. Well, it appears that we have to shower party.
I'm bringing in the book.
Okay. Can you bring in some dots so we can do our shower party and then rate it in the book? Okay. Oh, well, the ghost just tried to hunt, so I've got a camera so we can film our shower party. Okay, great. No, I did not. I did not, Ghosty. Oh, I can't say. Okay, great. I hate you, Eli.
Wow, that's kind of mean.
I didn't ask for your opinion, Whippy.
But you got it, so you're welcome.
Hold on, I need to look something up.
Oh. I see dots.
Yeah? Okay. Alright, so this bubble bash that we're about to engage in and rate, Are you ready? Do we have a crucifix in there?
I got one outside.
Okay, excellent. I'm ready to rate this soap social. Bubble blowing baby. You know it. You know it. Alright, I'm gonna put on a really good song for this. Let's get ready. I'm gonna put on you know, the nippling hour.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. It's only right. It's only right that we listen to the nippling hour while we enjoy a bubble bonanza.
Whisper, carnal desire. Shadows stretch in their satin gowns. Teeth flash bright in this fevered town. Oh, you feel it tingle, feel it rise. That cold
He's gotta be moving.
midnight skies.
Oh, yeah.
Not a good lather lounge without the dots moving. Gotta have a foam fest, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go ahead and light this smudge for our sud session. Just to give us some more time in here. Oh, I love balls with you during our foam fest.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
A bubble bash ball bagooza. During our nibbling hour. Make me cower. Don't say you're not into it, Stanley. It's the nippling hour.
It's the nippling hour. Stars conspire to ignite our primal fire. Press to the breeze and throats that sing. The night knows everything. It's the nippling hour. Bold and bare. Every sigh whispered dare. Let the clock tower sweetly souring it in. The nippling
No, don't wash your red salt, Ghost.
times of teas and leather gloves. Chafed by lust
I would
and
say this was a
Tick-tock
10 out of
goes
10
the
Rubber Ducky
racket
rendezvous
spell.
with the Steam Squad. I probably didn't need to use that last one. We're out of smudgies now. But it was a great Rubber Ducky rendezvous. 3.
The clock strikes cheeky.
Selfish.
A Rubber Ducky rendezvous! And guess what I didn't say that entire time? Eli!
Shower party. I'm scared. Someone hold me.
I also didn't set a timer, and I have no idea what this ghost is.
I have no clue after that. It did not help. I guess I know.
Oh!
Things, Nate.
Was it me or did it start
over
off
there.
a different speed? Or is it just because it was stepping through the salt?
I had a lot of salt.
Okay, cool.
Not a fan.
Ah, thank you, Stanley. Thank you. Am I imagining things, or did that ghost seem to move really fast? I think it was because it had line of sight of both of us for so long, honest.
I guess it could be. I'm watching it from the outside. You seem completely normal.
I love this for us.
You can do a yokai test if you want, I guess.
I support Evil Eli for once. Wow, because we ended up with Rubber Ducky Rendezvous because of it. It seems to be hunting kind of aggressively at this point, I'm not gonna lie. And that hunt seemed really fast after all the smudges that just happened. It might be a demon.
I mean, that's about the only. Yeah. That's the only thing we got, I think.
I'm going demon.
I could watch another hub, but I don't think that's gonna help. So. The only other thing I think maybe is Ure.
The one door thing that it didn't fully open or shut the door, so I'm thinking no.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, it was. There you go.
I knew that hunt felt fast. I knew it. I knew it. Let's go. Is that sauce in the fridge or pantry? I think it's in the fridge. I think it's in the fridge. Ghosty. Whippy has it, apparently.
Yeah.
Kinda, but Evil Eli suggested it should be the name of a Discord channel. What Discord channel should we rename Rubber Ducky Rendezvous?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I think it should be a voice channel.
Okay. Do we want it to be... Which one? I'll rename one of them. Maybe the Barcade or the Cinema.
I mean, you never used cinema. You
or
could put it
even
there. That'd be
Cafe
fun.
Cowork. Yeah, we haven't been there to watch movies in a while.
You don't use the live streaming one either, so you can do either one.
The only ghost I learned the pattern of by heart was the Myling. And with how many new features that have been added to the game, they're probably feature-filled too now. I think the Myling is pretty reliable with how loud or how quiet it is most of the time. My issue with the Myling is that I just am deaf. You know, I'm deaf. That's really that's really my issue. So all right, we're gonna rename the cinema the Rubber Ducky Rendezvous. There you go. There you go.
Such a weird word.
Get your ghost guesses in, guys.
No.
I might have to use it from time to time just because it's called that. You live your best life, JoJo.
What's
Boop, beep.
rendezvous?
Guys, go follow my friend Nepo if you have not. Go check out his
No,
music.
We've arrived. Check the
don't follow
equipment.
you, tell me
Get
to.
set up before investigating. Whoever was
Okay.
here must have
JoJo's our
summoned
ghost.
the cursed object. Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable
JoJo's our ghost, guys.
Oh, shark.
No. Yeah, that's you. Joe Shipman.
Shipman on the Point Hope is
No.
actually really funny.
You know what? It kind of is. The fact that we're at Point Hope and the ghost name is Shipman is kind of great. That's kind of great. Honestly. Honestly. 10 out of 10. You got the double, Nepo. Your ghost has red lighted all over you. Do 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 do
Joe
do
Shipman.
do
Hey,
do
Joseph, no
do
swearing in the
do
chat.
do 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 do.
No one's allowed to swear in the chat.
Back to the lighthouse. I swear to God, if this door locks on us and doesn't let us out, hey, you should see if you pick up the shampoo if it gets stuck in your hand, just for testing purposes.
Oh, there's a bone in the bathroom.
That's where the bone was earlier. Oh my God, is this a repeat? It's pronounced Joe Shipman.
I said no swearing.
Are you
Yeah.
correcting me on the pronunciation of your name and swearing in my Christian Minecraft server? Wow. Wow. Muskin with a 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Muskin in my chat. A naked Muskin. If the ghost is also there,
Where you at?
I'm coming. Warning. Warning. No cursing in this Christian
So it's
Minecraft
you as a
server.
female
then.
Warning.
Oh my
Warning.
God. Another shower party.
This is not a test.
Not naked because I'm sick and just want to be on cozy blanket. Okay, you're streaking with a cozy blanket then. Alright, can you pick up the shampoo? Can you put it down? Oh, is it stuck in your inventory now? Oh. So it's like a universal bug then, huh?
Yeah. You have a photo?
No, I didn't bring the camera.
Well, the bone is behind the door. I was trying to show you the bone.
I can see it. I can see it. I just want to see if this is the ghost room again. Because if it is, that's crazy.
I said so.
Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna trust you, Whippy. I swear to God.
And the ghost is flicking the breaker like crazy.
Yeah, is the ghost flicking the breaker? Yeah. Don't you call me out on swearing in chat when every other word Whippy says in chat is a swear word? No, Whippy just.
That's bullshit, Joseph. I don't know what you're saying.
Whippy just whines and cries in chat, so.
I don't swear.
Shanna, I see
who's
you want to
spilled
break
the
up with me by leaving this empty case of Monster Box in your fridge.
Why
Give
is this
me
a you
false
thing?
hope. I just heard it throw something, but also denied me an energy drink. Listen, I'm very sorry. Listen, the ghost is a child. I will buy you more Monster. I'm very sorry. I can't even buy myself energy drinks right now, to be fair.
Yo, so you didn't need a monster anyways. Don't need no kidney stones.
I get paid
Never.
tomorrow. So,
You gotta pay me tomorrow.
okay.
You gotta pay me to be your friend. That's how it works.
This mustn't stand. I'm so sorry. What bug? What do you mean what bug?
So is this the ghost room?
I mean, the ghost have vented on me there. But it could not be that room. My room's too cold due to the AC for me to be naked. What's it like being in a
more
cold
comfortable
room?
like that. My room's pretty cold right now.
I don't know what that's like, being in a cold room.
I've had my AC running all day.
Whines, cries, bitches, swears. Are we all thinking Whippy does this in chat? Cussing's a natural part of my speech and my mom hates it. Oh god, my dad and my mom both hate it. My dad more so, but what's AC like? Honestly, Jojo, that's a valid question for you. Oh, motion sensor did go off here, so I'm gonna assume this is the ghost room.
It blew on me, and I feel like I said you weren't listening to me.
No, I wasn't listening. You're correct. Going to rest, have fun. I hope you feel better, Miss Skin.
Time to get naked.
I hope you feel better.
Good, good rest. I got a screwdriver.
I'm about to go there and test the shampoo. If it gets stuck in my inventory, I might crash out. Oh my god. I'm warning you right now, it probably will, Amanda. It probably will. So just a heads up. I don't want you to crash out, but it might.
I want you to crash out. I don't think it will.
Yeah, no Banshee or Diane, you're right. You're right. No Banshee or Diane with this ghost.
Is this a cigar cutter? You cutting your cigars, Shanna?
No, I don't do cigars. Make sure you check your AC filters too. Friends starting to think too much AC is making me sick. It can, especially like if you're not changing your filters. Gotta change your filters.
I don't know what a filter is.
You probably wouldn't, Whippy.
Okay, I don't have central air conditioning in my house. It's too old. So I only have a window unit.
You still have filters.
Yeah, but it's like a fake filter.
No.
I would know.
I'm kind of concerned about Whippy, you guys. Mystic and I were playing, and we had some interesting things occur. Oh, do tell. Do tell, Dakota. Because we've had some interesting things occur this evening as well. We can swap stories. Alright, I have a monkey paw. Are you okay? Filter, what's that? I've been lectured so many times by my relatives due to lacking of, oh my god, different kind of filter. Different kind of filter. Goober. Alright, I'm gonna bring the last incense up.
Can you also bring the last power back on?
Yeah, I can do that.
You're being useful.
I do my best, you know? It's not a gen, I guess. Not a gen, not a banshee, not a Diane.
Hamada. There's hiding in this room.
You see what I did there, yeah? Or what Honest did there? There's hiding. That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
that's literally what I just said.
That's good. This filter. No, I love it, Honest. I love it. thought we were getting victimized by freezing with our last game, but the spirit box went off as soon as I was checking for temps. I was not speaking the entire game until that moment. If you leave your spirit box on, it'll cycle, and every 30 seconds, if the ghost is within the vicinity, it can interact with it too. If you just leave it on and on the ground. That's why I leave mine on often.
The ghost is boring.
It's not really doing anything.
Boring. No.
It threw something. It evented on me earlier. It did like a translucent event. Did you light the candle or did the ghost do it?
I was bored and I lit everything in the room.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You weren't expecting it to happen? That makes it fun, though.
I don't expect most things to happen.
Yeah? Oh, I lack a filter too. It gets me in trouble a lot. My sanity is severely lower than yours. Why does this keep happening? Is it just like a fact of being around you, or...
What?
There's my answer.
What are you saying? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I said my savanity. Wow.
Savanity? This is why you're the denominator.
my sanity is severely lower than yours. Is it just a fact of being around you?
What? No.
I never noticed your lack of filter. Never? Never? Saw UV red as I died with our game, with the myling. At least you saw it.
I don't see anything. I'm hiding.
You don't see anything?
Behind a box.
Nothing?
Here, I got some champion for you.
Oh, okay. Cool. Let's not smudge. It's fine. It's fine. It's because I was turning my headlamp off, wasn't it? Yep. Thank you, baby. Well, Whippy, it's up to you to figure out the ghost. And, we have a monkey paw. Maybe you can revive me. No? Okay.
Hey, look at you dead over there. Tee. That's much better.
Oh, this is delicious.
What'd you get me?
I didn't get you nothing. Ghosty made me dinner.
Ghosty, what'd you get me?
Oh, she's singing in the spot you were hiding in.
Yeah, that's my spot, child. Alright, we're gonna hide there anyways, though.
Better at filtering what I say when I type than I am filtering what I say when I talk out loud. Yeah, it just depends on how aggressively I'm typing. You should have both of my incense. Wait, question.
I know. I do.
Is the front door unlocked?
I haven't gone down there. I'm waiting for daunting. I'm gonna listen to it.
Okay.
Totally, because
yeah.
I'm not watching someone.
Ah, that's fair, Dakota.
Only one. Scully won one of Cooper's giveaways.
Let's go.
Freaking rigged.
How did that hunt miss the crucifix that's right there, by the way?
On the stairs.
No, there's literally a crucifix right here. And it hunted almost right on top of it.
Alright, we don't need that. On the stairs you go, crucifix.
I want to be messy. Oh no. Oh no. I think it's like 30 minutes or something. Nepo? About the length of a game when they're like longer games.
Normal ghosts.
Welcome back.
She's a child. Vodka puked everywhere.
That was just ghosty, I think.
It was probably the cat, Ghosty. It was probably the cat.
Did you watch Vodka do it, Ghosty? Is that what you're... Yeah, is that what you're...
Are you staring at her? Hold on. I'll be right back, guys.
I also puked everywhere.
depth of my mind, there's a darkness unknown, where the shadows lurk and the demons have grown. I'm walking the path, but it's paved with dread, as the monsters inside start filling my head. Oh, silent whispers echo, they're haunting my soul, painting pictures of nightmares that I can't control. But I won't let them win. I will stand and fight with the fire in my heart. I'll embrace the night. I'll face the terrors that reside. My spirit won't be denied.
Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry, guys. What did I miss while I was gone?
Everyone's already going crazy. Trying
Yeah?
to find each other.
What a
Yeah.
jam. Oh yeah, that was Zombies music. That was my friend Zombies music. You may have heard of him. You may have heard of
Started
him.
banning people in chat.
Did you?
Everyone. Yep, everyone.
Yeah. Oh god. Thank you, Honest. Thank you. Thanks, Ohio.
You should have. Yeah, you have to apologize.
Gotta meet the Zombies. They make good music. Yeah, they do.
Looks like there
Yeah,
are
they
others
do.
out there in need of help.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Rad. How we doing? Enjoy your sanity. Guys, go follow my friend Rad if you have not. They are amazing. They stream on Tuesdays.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
You should go show them lots of love. This ghost has made a mess in here, unless that's you. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
waited a couple of hunts. I looped it a little bit. Figured out Jack All and said, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah? No ideas?
I didn't know you moved the monkey bot into the room, so I went all the way up to the top.
Oh, yeah, I see you were able to get out of the
At
house,
that
though,
point-
so that's good.
At that point, I was like, I'm done. I give up.
We
got
can
Bear
do
in my
that,
book, I don't
Ohio. We
know.
can do that, yeah. I don't really want to give her any snacks right now. So I can do that.
I'll take
I
it.
can definitely do
You
that.
can love vodka and give me the snack.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. We can definitely give her some extra loves. We can definitely give her some extra loves. She don't need to be eating any snacks right now. How's your night going, Rad? Alright. I'm gonna let chat choose what ghost I put in here. What ghost are we putting in here, guys? Did it Noni breath?
It's not a Noni.
Okay.
Well, maybe not. I don't remember if it Oni breath was it solid during that hunt. Oh jeez, now I'm second guessing myself.
I don't really know.
You wouldn't.
You know what? Let's go Oni.
Yeah, I'll call it. Maybe I'm second guessing myself in a good way. Maybe I'm second guessing myself in a bad way.
Hi, honey. Hi, honey. Did you get some water yet? She threw up on her bed in her house, too. Yeah. Yeah, you did. I saw it. Yeah, get some water.
Welcome back. There's some jobs
Oh,
ready for you.
all I had to do was go to hiding.
I was in hiding. Wait, but I was in hiding for every single one of its hunts.
Okay, so do you know how they work?
It's when you but if you start in hiding, I thought it just didn't hunt.
No. It just means that if they go to your hiding spot, they will end their hunt.
So like, if I did a yokai test and actually did a yokai test, it would have. Oh,
Yeah.
it did do that once then. But I thought it just ended as it came in and I smudged. Because it's happened before. But I have not played. That's my first time ever getting that ghost, so I didn't know. I didn't
That's
know
okay.
to test it.
That's okay.
Don't judge me.
I'm not judging. I'm not judging.
So judgeful.
I'm not judging. I know,
Shannah's
honest.
evil.
Poor thing. Poor ting. Poor ting. Look, here she is. She came to say hi. She came to say hi. There's a pretty girl.
Jared Vodka, I'll throw up in solidarity.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Did you leave, or was that your last one?
That was my last one.
Oh, okay. Thank you for playing with
work.
me.
I got shower.
Okay. Well, thank you for the games. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Oh my god, you goober.
Good night. Bye.
Good night, Whippy. Bye, Whippy. Goober. Goober. Alright. I know, she's such a good girl, Sylvan. She's such a good girl. I wish I knew what was bothering her tummy.
Execute Order 66.
Look at Rad streaking with that 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's Nikki Rad in the chat. A naked Rad. Surprised he's not wailing on the way out. I know. I know. Also, guys, please go follow my friend Orion. He is amazing. Very, very talented human being. Very, very talented. We love Orion. We love Orion. How you doing tonight, Orion? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'm pretty sure I lost track of our games at some point here. We're just gonna say 5, okay? I've died a lot tonight, though. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. You has the tired. Otherwise, you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing well. Even if you're tired. Even if you're tired, I'm glad you're doing well. Jojo, enjoy that morning mocha. Blame Whippy, you know. I'll take it. I'll take it. We can blame Whippy.
Speaking of Unix, Josephinessen has blamed Whippy.
I mean, to
Whippy
be
has
fair,
been blamed for everything because they are the
a few of
tinkiest
those
ever,
deaths
showering
were
only once every
because of
8 years
features,
and tinking
because
up everywhere they go.
my smudge didn't work twice, and then one of them I couldn't get out of the house. So let's be honest, all of the deaths, my smudge didn't work, and then I couldn't get out of the house because the door just was perpetually locked. So, is she okay? I mean, she's not acting weird or anything. We'll just have to keep an eye on her. We'll just have to keep an eye on her. So, I don't know. Janessa, enjoy your Kool-Aid. And Jojo, enjoy that morning mocha. Smudge not working. I died 4 times in a row because it wouldn't go off. Yeah. Yeah, so far that's happened twice tonight. So we're off to a really great start with that, you know? A real great start with that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Harold is our next ghost. So we're participating in ghost guessing. It can't be a Banshee or a Diane. So make sure you don't guess those, because those are traditional male names. Okay? The new features decided to mess with you for one of the... Yeah. Yeah. The new features are testing me this evening, for sure. I'm still having fun, though. Still having fun. They're just testing me. Oh, my goodness. We're bringing the lantern to keep our sanity up while we try and find our room. Let's see. Hopefully we have some tarot cards. I heard something get thrown. I'm just not sure where. This is actually hiding. I know we played before where the hiding wasn't actually hiding there. Even though you could open the door. So that's nice. So that's nice. Breaker's not there. Bad, how you doing tonight? Welcome in, enjoy that handsome parfait. Fridge is fully busted. New features are testing everyone, it seems. Yeah. I think that's kind of part of it right now. Kind of part of it right now. Luckily, you know, I've gotten over... I used to care a lot about dying. I used to care a lot about dying, and I used to care a lot about getting the ghost wrong. And I don't know. I still sometimes... Oh, we've got the summoning circle. Like, I get frustrated when I'm wrong and I feel like I should have known something, or like the ghost makes me feel stupid almost. Like that's when I get frustrated, I guess. You know? But otherwise, like, for the most part, like, if I get stuff wrong, I get stuff wrong. It happens. There's a bone. Let's come back and get that. I believe that candle's out of place here. We might have a hallway ghost up here. Let's check our temps. Hold on. Or just an adjacent ghost. 20 degrees here, so not hallway. You know, I've gotten comfortable with like getting the ghost wrong and with dying, which I think is a good thing. So I think it's a good thing. Found the cause of vodka getting sick. Why? I think this is our ghost room. I see breath in here. Why? It is 4 degrees in here. This is our ghost room. 100%. No voodoo doll. She's drinking out of my brother's toilet. That's disgusting. What? I literally have water in here for her. Why is she drinking out of their toilet? That's disgusting. Okay, can you shut their door, first of all? And second of all, we need to tell my mom so that way she can tell them to keep their fucking bathroom door shut. Are you kidding me? Also, Jeffrey streaking through the chat with a 25 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Jeffrey in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. I left my computer on all day and it seems like the raid train brought me here. That means I chose a good target. Oh my gosh. I adore you. Aegis, how are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Aegis and Pred, please go get to know those lovely beans. Please go get to know those lovely beans. I heckin' adore Aegis and Pred so much. So much. Sounds like bro needs to clean. No comment. No.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare,
That's so
nightmare.
gross. We can't rely on them to put the seat down, but at least they can shut the freaking door. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Dealing with a small Minecraft addiction. Oh no. Listen, I know so many people who love Minecraft. I don't blame you. Don't blame you. I wish I could get into Minecraft. I wish I could get into Minecraft. It is... Hello, sir. So we know that's not an event, right? Because he was not blinking. If we're in hunting range, we can start from right there, though. Anyway. What is our sanity at? Okay, probably not hunting range. There are a few ghosts that could hunt, though. What was I saying? I just can't. It's not the game for me. It's not the game for me. I don't know. I would love to love it. It's not for me. Not for me. Oh goodness. I always keep the seat down because our animals, like, she's got perfectly good water right here. Literally right here. Had her and someone else open when I went to be. Oh my goodness. Rumored 18 hours. Wait, what? When you went to bed. I figured that's what you meant. 18 hours you were playing Minecraft? 18 hours? That's such a long time. That's crazy. I know. What is Vodka doing? What is Vodka doing? What number 4, Lee? I got you. You got the moon. You have no sanity. It's accurate. Did an hour for a sponsorship and was like, well, looks like I found a new main. Oh my goodness. Listen, that's so valid though. That's so valid. Listen, I'm glad you found something that you enjoy like that. I think it's hard sometimes. Have you... I'm gonna ask this, and I'm gonna get so much slack because of my obsession. Have you played much Dead by Daylight? Gonna make the Tanglewood house on it. I love that. I'm assuming you saw. I know Flash put out a TikTok, the Tanglewood house on Mecha Chameleon. Not played that yet. I have it, but I haven't played it. Didn't think it was either, but I guess I'm a bit of a survival craft fan. Pred figured I might be after he saw me play Subnautica. Fair, yeah. I like some survival craft, but I guess I'm hyper specific about it. I don't know. I'm very picky. Like, I really liked Once Human until they kind of ruined the game for me. I don't know. There's things I still love and miss about Once Human, but I don't know. Don't you dare judge anyone. Oh, listen, you're right. Okay, you're right. You're right. Only 14. I played Mecha for about 4 hours before that. Okay, valid. 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 Like, you haven't played DBD for almost as long or even longer. Why are we calling me out about this right now? Why are we calling me out about this? This is highly offensive, Jojo. Highly offensive. Sure, the hyperfixation will subside in a few months. Yeah, maybe not. You know, it might be a lifelong thing. Who knows? I don't enjoy anything. Why are you lying? Why are you literally lying to my face, Lee? No, I haven't. I've been wanting to like put together a group to play, but it hasn't happened because there's currently an event in Dead by Daylight right now. And so my entire life is kind of centered around Dead by Daylight currently, mostly because of the event. So you're coming to my birthday party next weekend? I would love to. I would love to. What day are you doing your birthday party? Amanda from YouTube, welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry, Amanda. I know that I'm a little slower to read YouTube chat than I am Twitch chat because of where it's positioned on my screen. So I apologize. I apologize. I promise it's not me just like fully ignoring you. I'm just a little bit slower to read it. Can't judge anyone for having thousands of hours in any game because I have 1,100 hours in Monster Hunter Wilds. Listen, nothing wrong with that. Want to do a big Mecha Chameleon game with buddies. How many people can play it at a time? Also, I love your name, by the way, Amanda. Wicked Witch is really cute. Really, really cute. Very, very cute username. This is the house from the Alan Wake event. I love that event so much. It was awesome. There were several houses in the Alan Wake event, but this was one of them, yeah. I used to be absolutely terrified being hunted, so to distance myself by doing 0 evidence, 0 sanity, 1 hunt, the way I used to looping and surviving hunts with no hiding places. That's a really fun way to play. I like to do a lot of 1 hunt runs, or at least like we'll do a couple loops and see if we can figure out the ghost that way as well sometimes. I think it's a fun way. Fun way to play. Placed our dwarf player that wasn't role playing beyond drinking all the time. The new guy is a dwarf character that isn't. Wait, what? And the new guy is a dwarf character that isn't role playing beyond drink. Wait. So they're basically doing the same thing, is what you're saying, Jade? Everyone's throwing blood points in the event right now. Listen, you have to take advantage of it, especially with the cakes and stuff. You have to. Done to be part of the mechanic game if I am cool enough for an invite. Ohio, I would love to have you. Friday or Saturday, my actual birthday is this Friday, but I figure all of the 4th of July celebrations would get in the way. I will definitely be free on Saturday. Usually Saturday and Sunday are good days for me. Usually. Definitely Saturday. So, yeah, just shoot me a DM and let me know. I like how that just, like, tried to make me stuck. 5 wins away from getting my Ranger badge, and then I'll have everything. Let's go! You're so close. Oh my god, do you want to hear... You want to hear about the crazy thing that happened? I gotta tell everybody that comes in, because I'm like, the craziest thing happened in my first game today. You want to hear? because it's the craziest freaking thing. And I was like freaking out. I was panicking. So, okay. So we went in. Wait. Really? We random mapped it. Oh, it turned it off. I thought it turned my breaker off. Of course, that was a light switch. On Point Hope, right? So, go into Point Hope. I go in with my little firelight like I always do. Keep my sanity up. Ghost immediately blows out my firelight. So it's in the front. And I'm like, oh my god, this never happens. I was so happy. Bone also right in the front. Never happens. So happy. Fantastic. This is going to be the best run ever in my mind. Right? Best run ever is what I'm thinking. Perfect. It was not the best run ever. The ghost threw the shampoo bottle and several other things. So I'm like, okay, it's being really throwy. Let me make a little polty pile. We're doing no evidence, so let's do this. Make a little polty pile. Thought I threw down the shampoo bottle. Go back to grab more things out of the van. Shampoo bottle's still in my inventory. Throw down the shampoo bottle. Shampoo bottle's still in my inventory. Throw down the shampoo bottle. Shampoo bottle is still in my inventory. It wouldn't let me put down this damn shampoo bottle. So then I'm like, okay, apparently I'm down one inventory slot because this stupid shampoo bottle is stuck in my inventory. This is fine. If I do all the things, I have all the photos in my book. I've got all the objectives. I've got nearly a perfect game. I'm thinking maybe this thing's a mare. You know, it hunts, whatever. I can't leave. It finished its hunt, and the front door was still locked. And it wouldn't let me out. I couldn't leave the house. I couldn't open my book. I couldn't crouch. I couldn't hit escape. I couldn't do anything. I just could scroll through my inventory where I had a lighter that I could light. And that was it. But the ghost said, bitch, this is Hotel California and you can never leave. It's you, me, and your shampoo bottle. I was so mad. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Anyway, it's a perfect game. Perfect game. Yes, Ghosty. Yes, Ghosty. Never touch the shampoo bottle. Never touch the shampoo bottle. It's cursed. Cursed, I say. Yes, that's right, Avi. Perfect game. All features. Round was definitely something. It sure was. My panic running away from the ghost when I realized that I couldn't get out and I had nothing in my inventory except a damn lighter and a shampoo bottle. I was like, great, this is great. Everything's fine. 3, 6. Lee. Can we get 07s for Lee in the chat, please? 07s for Lee in the chat. Lee, enjoy your 69 seconds of choking. Enjoy your choking. Goodbye, Lee. See you later. Check the decor shop in Discord if you don't see what I'm so excited about. Let me know. I need you to see it. Okay. Okay. Let me light these really quick. Give me just a moment. Give me just a moment. Hold on. Let me check my sanity. Okay, I should be fine. Decor shop in Discord. Decor shop in Discord. Where do I get to the decor shop? Decor shop. Hold on. I gotta figure out where to go. I don't know how to get to the decor shop. How do I get to the decor shop? How do I get to the decor shop? Where do I click? Where do I click? Heard that was happening in high school, but that's nuts. So I've heard that, like, oh, I say here, but I know that when I played with a friend, they specifically couldn't get out of the side doors. We could go in them just fine. I could go out of them. They could not go out of them. It was very strange. But I got trapped on Point Hope myself, which was terrifying. It was terrifying. You were the ghost and didn't know it, yeah? I avoid Point Hope at all costs. I went there for the Easter egg, for the badge and ID card, and to see the shampoo bug. You gotta get the Easter egg. Got to. Game and Grunt, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Game and Grunt, please? Where do I go?
Okay, so where your mouse is, go up.
Okay.
Shop. Right there.
Oh.
Look at the newest one.
Three-piece snack time bundle?
No, the title of it.
Night Terrors Shop the Collection. Wait, what? They have a Night Terrors collection? Oh my god, they're stealing our brand. They're stealing our brand in Discord, you guys. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on, I gotta screenshot this. Discord is stealing the Nightmare Network brand. That's crazy. Good night, Pause. It's good to see you. Hold on, I'll pull it up and show you guys. I gotta screenshot it. That's funny. That's too funny.
You have clearance, Clarence.
Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Howard radio clearance, over.
Hold on. Let me go to my screenshots here. Was there a naked man earlier? No. There has not been a naked man tonight. Not tonight. 69 seconds. That's totally survivable. 69 seconds of choking, you think so? There was a man with a bat and the butcher. Not a naked man. Look at this.
Welcome back.
Stealing our brand, you guys. How dare. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So you know how on Discord you can like buy frames for your... How dare you keep turning stuff off on me? Listen, I like to be able to see your like portrait and stuff. That's what that is. I can only imagine one restriction. Cut off some of the upper floors for Point Hope restricted. I could see that. Yeah, I'm curious to see how they do it too. I'm curious too, or maybe they have, I don't know, some of the rooms closed in some way. I don't know. I don't know. Because it would, I don't know, if they have the upstairs closed every time, I feel like I don't know, is it going to be as fun? Although I think everybody hates the upstairs. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. If You say Nakey Man? We did say Nakey Man, Mango. Hi, Mango. It's good to see you. I love the Easter egg on Point Hope. I love the Easter egg on Point Hope too. It's so good. It's so good. Never went there myself. I just saw it on people's streams. Listen, it's so fun. It's I love to. Every time I get a blood moon there, I have to do it. I have to do it. It's required. I think I need to just turn the lights off and lower my sanity at this point. I've just been yapping and like I've just been yapping so much and hanging out in here. Okay, yeah. We need to do it to him. We gotta do it to him at this point. We gotta do it to him, you guys. We've been yapping. We've been yapping. All right, let's see. We gotta actually figure out what this dang ghost is at this point. We know what it's. A few things that it's not, right? Right. Not a Galu, not a Wraith, not a Banshee, not a Diane. Probably not an Onryo. I don't think it's blown anything out in less than 20 seconds, unless you guys have judged that, and I haven't. It's also not a Jinn. It's turned the breaker off. Has it Noni breath does? One is called Wraithing. Wraithling? Oh my god, that's funny. You can go several minutes without proper breath control? Really? I didn't know that. I was so pissed when Flash made the Midnight Society because that's what I wanted to name the stream team that Pred and I were thinking of forming. No! Midnight Society, to be fair, it's a really good name for a team. It's a really good name for a team, especially, I mean, if you watch the old shows, you know. If you know, you know. They do be looking interesting too. Yeah. Yeah. So, Sabina is... Why you coming in here saying Sabina is Tinky? Sabina not Tinky. Sabina never Tinky. Sabina is beautiful and perfect. Beautiful and perfect. Thank you for catching that Pokemon for me. I grew up on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Me too. Did you watch the, it wasn't a remake, but it was, very similar to Are You Afraid of the Dark that came out, and there was only like, what was it, 1 or 2 seasons, and then they stopped making episodes of it. Ghosty and I watched it together. I forget what the name was, and it was more recent. It came out during COVID. I was very mad that they didn't do more seasons of it because it was so good. Not Tales of the Crypt, no. Whoa. I will not lie, I was not ready for him to zoom at me. The false god. It's a lie! No, not Twilight Zone. It came out during COVID. It came out during COVID. Ghosty knows what I'm talking about. It was they were in a hospital and they were like teenagers and they would go and they would sit around a fire and tell stories in the same way. And they were all like sick. They had like illnesses that were oh my god, not chronic, fatal. Oh my god, why can't I remember the name of it? Terminal, that's the word that I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, Wicked. I was worried that it wouldn't hold up. Some of the old episodes, honestly, are still so chilling to me. Yeah. They're so good, though. Okay, where are you eventing? Because I would like to get your photo. There we go. It was 2 singing events in a row. I'm not even worried about a perfect game at this point. I've just been yapping so much for this game. They're like 3 unique photos, and I'm like, yep, yep, yep. Also, we have a tier 3 crucifix there. Where'd my other tier 3 go? Did I not have one over here somewhere and it missed both of them? Is it in the floor? It's in the floor, isn't it? Great. I love that. It's just disappeared. I think our other tier 3 has disappeared into the ether. Oh no, it's right here. Okay, cool. I think we know what our ghost is, though. If you guys know, you know. Get your ghost guess in. I'd like to get a few more photos, though. If it could be, maybe get our crucifix, that'd be real cool. Did I bring in a video camera? I don't think I did. We need a video of the ghost, too. Shit. Let me go get a video camera. I was sad that got canceled. Jade knows what I'm talking. Jade, do you know the name of the show? Because I feel like if Aegis hasn't seen it, they should go watch it. Because it's really good. It's really good. I grew up reading Goosebumps books. Me too. I loved Goosebumps. I liked the show back in the day too. I really did. Hey, do you want to event for me again? That'd be real cool, buddy, if you did that. No, literally, that emote is me, Jojo. My yapping has been immense. Yes, there was we had an onion head child ghost for sure. For sure. Oh. Wait. It didn't save it. Did it? Did it save it? There we go. You know what? I don't even care. I know we already have one. I don't even care. I don't care about a perfect game, so. Oh, but they have to be 3 unique photos. Tinky! Okay, we just need one more different photo. One more different photo. There we go. Boom! Oh. Thank you for the potato. Alright. I'm gonna set this up so you guys can hear the ghost again. Because I know what this is. At least I'm fairly certain. And I think you guys should know as well. But I have a 0-second grace period, and I don't want it to spawn on my face. So, we're putting our butts down here. I wish we had tarot cards. Jojo, you got bingo? This is the first book she read in English? Really, Sullivan? I love that. I love that. That doesn't surprise me somehow. She didn't have to read some other scary stories, but they were the only joy I had in the foster care system. Aww. Honestly, like, I think they're a fantastic scary story for a kid, and also, like, the ability to kind of choose your own adventure with it is just so good. It's just so good. I wish there were more books that kind of created that option as an adult. I know that we have games that do that, but I would love to see books do that more as an adult too. I think it'd be really fun. Thanks, Shanna, for the dupe me. I'm only half paying attention since I'm trying to eat dinner. Oh, you're fine, honest. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's scientifically proven that there is a direct correlation between yapping and Twitch success. Really? I'd like to see this study, though. I don't know. Is this ghost ever gonna hunt, or is it a Mimo and it's just debating me? Blame Goosebumps, X-Files, and Outer Limits for me being into horror and creepy stuff. Was that like your introduction, Sylvan? What was everybody's kind of like introduction into horror? I'm assuming it wasn't Phasmo. I mean, it might have been for some of you. If it was, that's crazy, and also I would love to hear that. But I'm assuming it wasn't for most of you. Missed my Goosebump books, honestly. I had like 30 or 40 of them. I love that. Okay. You hear how speedy our ghost is? Different speed down here. Very slow down here, actually. No line of sight. Not affected by the electronics. Any suspicions? We're gonna end guessing, and then I'm gonna go do one more thing. And hopefully survive. Hopefully survive. It's a ghost! I don't think so. I don't think this place is haunted at all. It's me? Oh my goodness. My favorite. Alright. I'm gonna leave this lit, which will hopefully keep it warmer in this room here. We've got hiding in that closet there. Don't hunt. I'm watching you. And we're gonna turn this breaker off. Ah. Oh, it ate the crucifix. Okay. If you were a ghost, Aegis, what ghost would you be? Ghost is gonna have some stinky breath. I think it will. Luckily, we have a few incense here. This ghost is probably gonna have some stinky breath. Watching Friday the 13th at a sleepover when I was 7. I wasn't allowed to watch them. And once I watched it, I was hooked on everything horror valid. Oh my god, it's so fast. Buddy. Did you go to the attic? Buddy. Yeah, it's a Hantu. I think I'd be a yokai misophonia with selective hearing. So valid. Come here. Look at that stinky breath. Did he end? Is it true that Hantu
Wicked Witch just subscribed
is
at
Japanese
Dear
for
One.
halitosis? If it is, I'm not familiar with that word. Hold on, let me look it up, actually. Because I'm not familiar with that word. Wicked, thank you so much for the sub.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Thank you so much. Hold on, here he comes. Here he comes. Oh. He tried to cut me off. He blew out the fire. No, this is bad. This is bad. I don't trust his pathing. I don't trust his pathing. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it to try and loop him around that sofa and that coffee table right now. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. Hold on. Maybe... Okay, yeah, not that I'm seeing anywhere. Not that I'm seeing anywhere. Dave? Not with any, like, kanji either or anything. I was gonna say maybe if with, like, certain kanji, but I'm not even seeing that. But that would actually be really funny. That would actually be really funny. Oh. Whee! We love the Hantu breath, though. I think my favorite thing with the ghost is the breath is checked in real time during the hunt. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. Disease that causes bad breath. No, I know what halitosis is, but I'm not familiar. I wasn't familiar with like the word Hantu in Japanese. I think so. When I looked it up just now, actually, apparently it's Indonesian. The word Hantu, because I'd never heard it in Japanese. Specifically. The more you know. I didn't know Hantu was Indonesian. The more you know. Dave, why are you laughing? Dave was pulling my leg, wasn't he? Dave, you know I'm gullible! It did fly over my head! Dave, please! Wow! Wow! Can we blame Dave, please? Can somebody please blame Dave? We need to blame Dave for this one. Wow.
God fucking damn it, Dave. There goes the last shit that I ever gave.
Thank you. Thank you,
Orion
Aegis.
Fireblade has blamed Dave.
Thank you,
Damn
Orion.
it, Dave. The Rajo has
Thank
struck
you.
again and all our electronics have
Thank
surged.
God fucking damn it, Dave. There goes the last shit that I ever gave.
I love you, Dave.
Aegis
I love you.
_is_a_ghost has blamed Dave. Damn
That
it,
is an
Dave.
old Latin
The
word
Rajo
for
has
miniature.
struck again and all our
I love that,
electronics have
though.
surged.
I love that, though. All right, we're gonna put Hantu in our book. Oh my God, is it? I was gonna say, is it gonna let me go to the page? Please! Please! Wicked, thank you for the cute highlighted message. That's adorable. That's adorable. Grounded, no flying for you, Dave. Actually came in overnight and wrote gullible on your wow. Wow. Listen, you probably could. And I would be like, what? What? I remember it, God. So for the longest time when I was in like, I think it was like 10th grade, which makes this really sad. I used to have this friend who would get me all the time. All the time. He'd just show up out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. In my classes. And then finally one day, I nicknamed him Magic because I'm like, wow, you just show up out of nowhere. It's like you're magic or something. And then he was finally like, Shanna, I literally have almost all of the same classes with you. That's why. And I was like, oh. And then he got me one day with gullible's not in the dictionary. And I was convinced that he was telling me the truth. And then our American history teacher, this is so embarrassing. He was going over something in the class and I didn't catch what he said, and I like was diligently taking notes in this man's class because he was very strict, but also just like a fantastic storyteller. And so I just would diligently take notes. And I didn't understand what he said. Like the word didn't compute. And so I asked him, I was like, how do you spell that? And he stopped what he's doing and he goes, T-H-A-T. And I'm writing and I'm like, T-H-A-T. And I'm like waiting for him to continue because in my head, I'm like, oh, the word he said was much longer than 4 letters. So I'm waiting for him to continue spelling this word that he said. And he stops what he's doing. And he stares at me. And he goes, and then he looks around the class and he goes, she wrote it down. She wrote it down. Class. She wrote it down. And I'm like, what? What does he mean? Wrote it down. Why isn't he finishing the word? I was so confused as to why he wasn't continuing to spell this word for me. And then why suddenly people were laughing and I'm just like, huh? And my friend turned around in his desk and he goes, Shanna, you asked him how to spell that. And he points and he's like, T-H-A-T. And I was like, oh. As I'm like erasing it. I felt so stupid. The ADHD is strong in this one. No, it is. It is. To this day, one of my favorite movie lines was Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. Nothing goes over my head. I will catch I got it. I'm so tall. I got this. See, that joke goes over Shanna's head for centuries. It must be deep in the bloodline. The ancestors are still waiting to get the joke that they never got. Damn, Ghosty, please. No, for real. That literally, Dave. Quite literally. Oh, their ghosts probably haunt these planes, not resting because they never got the joke. Damn, why you guys roasting me like this? Why the roasting? Please. I mean, it's true though. It do be true though. So valid. So valid. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Thank you so much. I heckin' appreciate all of you. We roast because we love you. You know what? That's fair. I love you guys too. I love you guys too. If you haven't checked your bingos, check your bingos. Thank you guys for your patience today and let me, like, you know, check on vodka and take care of that and everything. We will be back tomorrow and Friday. So make sure you come hang out. Joined into roast and some gameplay. You know what? It's valid. It's valid, Nick. Oh, you a hookah lounge hangout, by the way? Listen, I would love to hang out with you and Pred again in real life and just vibe, whether it's hookah or anything else. Please message me about your birthday. If we're not friends on Discord, I might need to add you first, because of my Discord permissions. So, okay. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. I don't know why I auto-modded that, but I got it. Yeah. Hop in my Discord and then I will... Uh-oh. Okay. We'll figure it out. We'll get each other added. Oh, some Automods Black Butthole. Is that why? That's too funny. It's your new vibe check? That's so funny. That's so funny. I love that. I love that. That's actually hilarious. That's actually hilarious that you use that for your vibe check. I don't understand what the auto mod chooses and doesn't choose to block, if I'm being completely honest with you. I kind of suspect that it's like completely random and just doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but that is just pure suspicion on my part. So I don't know. Just pure suspicion on my part. I said to someone I would hit them up and it blocked for It's like, you are being way too violent, so disrespectful, unacceptable. Oh, that's so funny. Shoot you a message? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you guys want to check out the socials, check out the socials. We did put out a new YouTube video on the weekly challenge. If you want to go show it some love, would appreciate that. Come hang out for all the vibes and the fun and everything. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow and Friday around the same time, 7:30 at the latest, hopefully 8 p.m. Central Time. Might even start early on Friday. Maybe. Who knows? Thank you to all the raiders. Thanks for all the love. Make sure to go show Aegis under Aegis and Pred some love as well. And I will see you guys hopefully soon. So be kind to each other. Do something nice for yourself and be kind to yourself. Those are the rules. I don't make them. I just inform you of them. Okay? I love your faces. I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.